Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. I do kind of imagine that today will be a little slow, at least until Boops is done, because Boops is doing a charity stream for St. Jude's Hospital, I believe. But that's all good. Good luck to Boops. But yeah, welcome back to 14. It is raining because I think I am now going to inherit streamer's luck in that every time I stream this game, the weather's just going to be awful in game. Because that's what always happens to streamers. But yeah, last time we went through our first 3 dungeons. We then had yet more of our convenient echo power, or flashback power, called the Echo rather, and then we joined the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and now we are helping them investigate the Amalja, who are a bunch of lizard people, because they're kidnapping people, and we think that they may be trying to summon their primal. So let's continue investigating, because I believe Thancred had suspected one of the church workers to be working with the Amalja, but when we went to confront her about it, we found her looking for a lost item for one of the children and then getting attacked for it. So it's is she really working for the Amalja? And this is all just a really good cover? Or is she genuinely innocent? Who knows? Amalja wrong places. Isambard seems to have a message for you from Thancred. I'm well glad that I reserved that inn room for Sister Orsen. It seems that she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she's expected to make a full recovery. But, hang on, I need to make this bigger. But now onto the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he'll be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. Because, so this, the reason why I keep having to, change, the size of the text here is because, I am bouncing between playing this game on 2 different computers, and whenever I do that, I am copying my settings files over to one another to make sure that there's no disconnect. Really, the worst thing that would happen if I didn't do that is I would swap to a class here, and rather than actually becoming, equipping whatever armor I have for that class, I would be partially naked instead. Because it doesn't remember what gear I had on. That's really the worst that would happen, but I would like to avoid that. Anyway, southeast. How the hell do I leave this place? I can never remember. Heck yeah, go 50 stream streak. Thank you for hanging out so much. Also, because I don't get attacked by these guys because I'm way high of a level, can I just say how much I love these things? They're so cute. Look at them, they're just little guys with big noses, big snoots. There's some really adorable enemies in this game. Ah, there you are, Ferlona. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about good Sister Orson. Isambard said that her wounds were serious. It would seem that my suspicions about the poor rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Well, whilst following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but... well, let us just say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Fenlona. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? So you want me to go do it, instead of you. I'd much prefer to keep an eye on things from out here. Go and take a look about inside, would you? Fine, bud. Fine. You're lucky I'm level 100 and these guys aren't going to attack me because they're scared. And I can just waltz around. Man, you are so ripped, sir. Just very muscular. I'll take the queer leaflet, though, thank you. Don't mind me, I'm just going to take your things and leave, and you're not going to do anything about it. Alright, I got a thing. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? Queer leaflet, a strange slip of parchment found at the Amalja encampment in eastern Thanaland. This leaflet. See the wealth of knowledge to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. This lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nadthal seem somewhat less than studied. I'd find it hard to believe one amongst the order penned this. Pray, take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Orson makes of it. Alright, and back we go. Oh yeah, but you may have noticed, for anyone that wasn't here near the end of the last time I streamed this, we are now in a different outfit. Technically, my gear is exactly the same. Instead, all I have done is I have changed. I'm not in the settlement, I can't show it off, but I have changed what glamour plate I am using. Because glamour plates and glamours are, as you can probably guess from the name, basically a way to make any piece of your any piece of gear that you're wearing look like a different piece of gear that you own. So long as you have glamour prisms, you can make an item that you have on you look like a different item. But if you are in one of the main city-states and have access to an inn-room, or if you're lucky enough to have your own house, you can also use the glamour dresser and spend a glamour prism to put an item in the glamour dresser, and then rather than having to continuously consume glamour prisms, you can change an item to make it look like something else as much as you want. Like, this is how I made myself look like the starting Rogadin armor. Because I have it as a glamour plate. And so is the current outfit. The joke is that glamours are the true end game of Final Fantasy XIV, making your character look good. Where the hell is she? There you are. Now, let us see what Sister Orsen makes of this leaflet. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? Hey, have you seen this? What is this? Blasphemous, these are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order. Of that, I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago, the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive people? Interesting. Who would do such a thing? The plot thickens, Fernlona. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There's no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect that we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how to best handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. Oh, that's not how you leave. There we go. For some reason, I always get turned around in that building. And I don't know why. Posing as a priest, to think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. I thank you once more, Fernlona. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. Dressed to deceive, Isambard wants to help you identify and apprehend the false priest. I'm afraid I've not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon, more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Excuse me. Let Fernlona and me serve like with like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. I dare say this will help. I dare to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It'll be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in a battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. Are you giving me stinky clothes? How dare you? These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Fernlona. So as to lay the foundation of our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more Vanguins have arrived at the camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Do I have the items? Have you actually given them to me? You have, thank you. All right, we gotta put that on. And then we gotta put on the pants. And yep, trust us, we are definitely someone poor and in need of money. Ignore my boots and my gloves. I'm definitely just your average peasant. I preach the teachings of Azima, the warden. Hast thou come to partake of the honey of her wisdom? Azima is the keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. That's not quite what I was looking for, but thank you. Greetings, good madam. Is there aught I might assist you with? I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. Ma'am, how fucking dare you? I have 35 million gil to my name. Do you not see my boots? I mean, actually I am just a poor peasant, don't worry about it. And you are. Whoops. Another refugee by the looks of you. The Immortal Flames have neither work nor coin for your like. Be gone and see to it that you don't make a nuisance of yourself. These people are so rude. I was just about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. Sorry to disturb. I'll be leaving. Did I not? Whoomst? Is someone in here? No. Who? Where? Oh, can I get on top of the building? Maybe that'll do it. How you doing, bud? I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. In case you misplaced the tunic and slops, you'll need to ask Isambard for another set. Yeah. Yeah, there you are. What is it? Oh, God, it's not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomever you like. Why don't you go keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Jesus. Can you be a little nicer? You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Ramona. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. Though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place. Rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Yeah. I'm a-going. When will the rain end? I mean, I guess it's good that the place is getting water, but also we're in a goddamn desert. I'm going just over here. Who needs roads when I can just walk around and climb like a gremlin? Oh, there you go. Now Thancred's in disguise. Yeah, I don't care about the fate. A fine morning for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, Ferlona. Positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for a quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live, no way at all. Who are you and what do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Nadthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teaching of Nald. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free with the from the shackles of Penury. Penury? A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How did you... you bastards tricked me! Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar. Raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Amalja raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, as few as they were, and everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew. And so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands. Outrageous ones. Demands? Of what kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amalja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence? You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak! That's good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for the score of lifetimes and not even see a fraction of what the Amalja pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you can line your own pockets. Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Just spare me your contempt. If you want someone to blame for the mess of the world, then blame yourselves or the gods. You know, not you again. Were you the ones seeking the Immortal Flames patrol routes or were you the ones leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I don't know anything about that, I swear it! At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter. There'll be time enough to learn the truth. Frillona, be a dear and take word of these developments to Minfilia, would you? I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. All right, we go back to the Waking Sands. Pray return to the Waking Sands. That's going to be a meme later. You'll see why. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? I'm gonna go. God, I wish I still had Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets so I don't have to make this walk. That's not the fat hatchling. There we go. There's my son. There's my chunky boy. What setting file the minion is saved under so that I know to not copy that one. I'm in Philly, I'm a coming! I should just use my chocobo for this, even though you don't have a chocobo at this moment, because I believe at this point you would have Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets and could just teleport to the statue in the plaza, but I used up all of mine. But I'm pretending that I'm a new player. Verlona, how goes it? All's well here, at least in the bookkeeping front anyway. I love you, Tataru. You're so cute. Wait. Before I do, has anybody over here changed? You're still saying that. Doesn't look like they have changed. Maybe they will after I speak with Minfilia. Because I do not remember how often they change. Welcome back, Fenlona. I am pleased that you and Thangrid have been getting along. I see. You have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thangrid said, we must ascertain where the abductees were taken, and none but the Amalja know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Life, materia, and everything. Ophelia would like you to meet a distinguished individual. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared. Or that you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutamix is ever to be found in his camp in central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke and the way will become clear. So yeah, tutorializing more features as a random aside. That is required by story in order to make sure you know about it. That name though, what, Mutamix Bubblypots? Goblin names are so good, I love them a lot. The way they speak too is also incredible. There he is. Mutamix Bubblypots himself.
Who is Uplander to come to tentering of Mutamix Bubblypots?
Menphilia's dagger, this plain dagger, has absolutely no defining characteristics except for the hilt that does smell quite nice. Fighting tool drinks an airy self. When full of airy self, fighting tool changes to stony shine, name of materia. If materia join with other fighting tool,
The Big Eyes! Fighting tool gains power of airy self. Mutamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Menphilia.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yes, Tumflax reach ears of Mutamix with fastness. Menphilia wants Uplander to see power of materia. Uplander brings fighting tool to Mutamix, yes?
I hope I'm still, like, intelligible while I'm doing this. Because the goblins all have, like, really tight masks on, and they're like, psh, like, thing in their text is supposed to be, like, them breathing through it. I am covering my mouth with my hands. I hope you can still hear me through that. And understand me even more so. That's more important.
Fighting tool is unstrung as eating tool. Make good teacher show with fight power of materia.
The materia, master.
Now, eyes up Uplander point at fighting tool, yes? Materia join with fighting tool. Fighting tool gains power of materia. Fighting tool reborn. Here, Uplander, take this fighting totem and fill ya.
Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents of a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to the gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mutamix turned that dagger of yours from a summit that could have struggled to cut a stake into a weapon worth wielding.
Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia. Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learning ones of Mutamix.
Can I also say how much I love how the goblins speak? I love Gobby speak so much. Mutamix, Bubbly Pots, what the fuck kind of name is that? Hey, Dev, this is a goblin. They all have names that are kind of sort of like this, and they all speak like that. And I love them. They're adorable. But yeah, materia, I can't really show it off because if I move my mouse, the pop-up goes away. But can you see how, in the, like, second to bottom thing, I have a thing that's like, you know, like Savage A materia, 12, and it's critical hit plus 54? That's materia. And the little blue bar, so there's two, like, blue bars next to all my gear. The one that's partially filled is your spirit bond. Every time you do, like, instance duties or basically anything that is of level for what your equipment is, your spirit bomb goes up a little bit. And then whenever it hits 100, you can then extract a materia from it, and it'll extract a random materia of your same level. As you can kind of see by looking through my inventory, I have a little bit of a hoarding problem when it comes to materia, and I am holding on to way more than I need. But yeah, materia in this game is basically just a way to, like, add some bonus stats to your gear. And you can see it's, like, not an insubstantial amount that you can, like, add as bonus to materia. If you are, like, playing through this game fresh and you are changing your equipment, like, every, like, half level or whatever, you don't particularly need to worry about materia. Technically, because I'm not a high-end raider, like, I don't do extremes or savages or anything, I technically don't really need to worry about materia either, but I have them, so, you know, why not? Because, yeah, if you are doing, you know, like, high-end raiding in this game, and you're doing, like, the, like, hard difficulty fights and whatnot, materia is extremely important because, not only do you want to make sure, like, you have the bonus stats, but you want to make sure that, like, you have you're boosting, like, your correct stats to make sure you're meeting, like, certain thresholds and whatnot. And, like, you also want to make sure that you're using crafted gear, because crafted gear... So most, like, all my, like, blue gear, for example, blue gear can only have up, like, 0 to 2 materia slots. Crafted gear also will have, you know, up to 2 crafted slots, but crafted gear, you can do a thing called pentamelding, where you can attempt to try to attach 3 extra materia for a total of 5 onto your pieces of equipment, which is incredibly important for high-end raiding so that you can get all the extra stats that you possibly can. Pentamelding is extremely expensive, though, because if it fails, you will lose whatever materia that you are attempting to attach onto. And the more materia you attach onto a piece of equipment, the higher the chance that adding it will fail. And so getting that 5th piece of materia onto a piece of equipment is a wallet destroyer. It sucks. I know you don't have your chocobo right now. I'm gonna use it just because if you were a new player, you would have a Vesper Bay Aetheryte ticket and could therefore just teleport directly to Vesper Bay. I used all mine up. And so I'm like, just pretend. Just pretend. But yeah, 5 materia. Okay, there we go. Minfilia, why are you behind 2 loading screens? Why do you do this? Welcome back, Finlona. I trust that your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Once an ordinary dagger, now made special with the wonders of materia. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I'm sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Finlona, so make it your ally. Now, it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray, speak with me when you're ready to begin. But yeah, the reason why Mutamix was also talking about making sure you have, like, knowledge of crafty makings in your head is because if you want to attach a piece of materia to your gear for free, you need to make sure that you have a, crafter that is a high enough level to actually handle said materia. Otherwise, you'll need to speak to, I don't think Mutamix himself, but like throughout the realm, there are people that are called like materia wielders. You can go to them and pay them in order to attach materia to your gear for you if you don't have the stats to do it yourself. Lord of the Inferno, Minfilia would like you to assist the Immortal Flames. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears that he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they means to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provided to them, Finlona. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me to tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray, take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Let's go then. Surely nothing bad will happen. Are you in here? There you are. Ah, you're from Luna with Falcon of the Scions? My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizardmen are aware that their man Ungust has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous points to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please, make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amalja plot if the mission succeeds, Luna. Let's make sure it does. Okay. I shall do my best. Invisible City, yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, more random fates, it's fine. You know, for a place called Camp Drybone, this place has been raining all fucking day. It's awfully wet. Uh-oh, there's gonna be a battle. Duty calls. Commence battle for the Lord of the Inferno? Hell yeah. Petition to rename to Wetbone. Hey, fun fact. Did you know that your bones are currently white now? Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We will make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Did you know there's a skeleton inside you right now? Oh God, there is. That's scary. What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have some appointments to keep. They're all yours. Well, then it's your funeral. Let me just some carby real fast. Okay, good. Our Mojo friends will keep you company. Filthy traitors, when I get my hands on you! When do I learn my AoEs? When do I learn my AoEs? I would love to have my AoEs. It would be so handy. You always take care of the ads first, unless the boss is almost dead. There we go. How long will you last, I wonder? Oh, you have a lot of friends. Oh, you have a lot of friends. Another wave! Stay sharp, men! Oh my god, that's so many dudes! God damn it, there's no end to them!
The show is only just beginning.
I got it, kind of. There you go. Mostly, I think. Hey, would any of you guys mind using your interrupt spells to, like, stop the dude? Because if your enemy is casting a spell and it's, like, flashing red and, like, orange like that, that means that that is, interruptible, and you can use skills like interject and whatnot to, stop it. Objection! Yeah, like that. Hey, Zetlos. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man.
Behind you!
Uh-oh, not sleep. No, not sleep! I don't want to take a nap! I hate naps! Bring her. The rest of you march! Traitorous scum! Well? Oh, well, I guess I can't talk to you, my bad. The lizardmen marched us to their stronghold. They're preparing for something, and I, for one, do not want to be around when they finish. They're gonna kill us, aren't they? Gods, I don't want to die. I want to go home. I fear the Amalgam mean to give us to their gods as an offering. If I must die, then let it be a soldier's death, with steel in hand. Bowl of Embers is now accessible. Welcome. Where the fuck is Scholar? There it is. Welcome to our very first trial. Also, I don't think I actually read the descriptions for Sastasha and these guys. But yeah, trials are basically just a quick little, like, boss fight. I say quick. These early ones are quick. The rest of them are not. Where for these early ones, these first three, you will be in a team of 4, 1 healer, 1 tank, and 2 DPS. And you're basically just trying to fight a boss. Eventually, trials become 8-man duties, where you have 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS. But again, for these baby stages, we only have to deal with 3 other actual human players, because unlike dungeons, trials do not have NPC support, so you do have to play with actual people, which does also mean that we will have to deal with queue times. But yeah, because I don't think I read these, Sastasha. After a period of relative silence following the calamity, the Serpent Reavers have once again taken to terrorizing the inland hamlets of Lenosha, killing the men, kidnapping the women and children, and plundering the storehouses and burning what little they leave behind. For years, it was not known how the pirates were able to raid areas so far from the coast until a local shepherd sighted a band of painted ruffians entering the Sastasha Sea Grot, carrying a large quantities of sacks and crates. Could it be that there's more to this cave than meets the eye? And then Tumtara, Deepcroft, was... Since its establishment during the Gamoran times, this subterranean crypt has been used for generations as a final resting place for the remains of rulers and nobles. Since the calamity, however, the tunnels have become overrun with the lamps Dalamud, a deadly cult who worships the now-fallen satellite as their savior. It is in the Deepcroft that these twisted souls silently plot revenge against those who fought to prevent the advent of Dalamud, summoning any dark presence who will aid them to this end, no matter what the cost. And then Copperbell Mines, Abandoned once purged of ore, Copperbell mines lay untouched for nigh on 3 centuries until the Amajima and Sense Mineral concern reclaimed the shafts. The guild's sights set on expanding the mines downward in an attempt to tap unyet discovered veins of valuable metal. Unfortunately, it was not the riches the powder kegs uncovered, but sheer terror, for when the smoke cleared, outpoured an army of raging giants from the darkest recesses of the mines. The Hecatoncheires, thralls of the Lost Thorn dynasty, were, at last, free from their lightless prison, 300 years of hate fueling their madness. And, Ifrit here? Yeah, secret tunnel. Owing to a betrayal, you have been captured by the Amalja and have taken to their stronghold of Zenark. There to be given as an offering to the primal Ifrit. If you're to survive this fiery encounter with the Lord of the Inferno, you and your comrades must fight with no less than every ounce of your strength. Should you fall, your souls shall burn for eternity. And yeah, because this is a duty where we have to deal with real people, and we're going to have to deal with queue times, as you may have seen for the Hildebrand stuff, back when I streamed those, I am swapping to Scholar to be a healer because generally tanks and healers have shorter queue times than DPS players because everybody likes to DPS because DPS have very little responsibilities outside of keep yourself alive. Avoid mechanics, keep yourself alive. Tanks have to make sure, you know, like bosses are positioned right and that like, you know, like you're mitting like damage taken. Healers have the most responsibility and they have to make sure that like everybody has enough health that they will survive whatever the next attack is. And so because of that, people don't play them as often, and so they usually get shorter queue times. Like that. Instant queue times. Maybe I should play this game during the day instead of the evening, because holy hell do queue times pop way faster. Now let's hope that I remember to let the cutscene go. Okay, good. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. I will say Ifrit's intro was real good. Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not of your godhead. If it pleases you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well. Let me just also say hi. What's going on? This isn't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of the unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. Impossible. By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. Again, if you're here for the 1.0 PowerPoint, this whole thing may seem very familiar because they basically redo the Ifrit summary from 1.0. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as a vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art the godless blessed's number. The paragons warn of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. All right, let's go. Your pull, Mr. Tank. Or Miss Tank, whoever. So yeah, here's our first trial, Ifrit. The tank will pull the boss, face him away from everyone else. Succumb to the inferno! While everybody else has to make sure you don't stand in the big cracked puddles, because that does damage. These are basically just danger puddles. Surrender thyself to the fires of judgment! He's going to then spawn an infernal nail. You want to make sure you destroy this, because if it is still up when Ifrit does his big attack, it's an instant wipe, I want to say. Or it does massive damage, I actually don't know which. Let me, you know, actually be the healer. Let me actually fucking heal. And then, yeah, he's going to do more crater explosions, and Ifrit's basically a big pushover. Like, literally the only tricksy thing about Ifrit is that you have to make sure you kill the nail. Well, 2 of these 6 circles now have crystals, whatever the hell this means. Pray, forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja zealots. I swear, each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Ew. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives. No less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those 2, it's fair to say that their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Lona. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never left you to face it alone. You've been given a veritable baptism of fire. Buddy, if you were here, you would have been tempered. It's actually kind of good that you weren't here. But let us continue this conversation in a more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir! So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I anticipated. even taking Uldan interference into account. You should know better than to rely on 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia? Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest that you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. With allies like that. Beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Everyone is left. Goodbye. I am kind of curious. Did I get any comms? I got one! Hooray! Let's be a summoner again, thank you. But yeah, player commendations, or comms for short, are a thing that you can get after any duty that you do with actual players. And basically, it's like a little pop-up, and then you do it, you pop, words are hard, please help me. A little pop-up will show up over here called Player Commendation, and if you click it, it'll show, all the people that, you did the duty with that weren't in your party prior to doing an instance. And then you can basically, like, click on one player to give a comm, and all the comm really does is it's a thumbs up, basically, just to be like, you did good. I think this player did good. And I have quite a bunch of them, as you can see. Not an insubstantial amount. Usually tanks and healers are the ones who get comms, but every now and then a DPS can get it. But yeah, what I mean by, you can only comm people that weren't in your party prior to doing, an instance is like, let's say, you know, one of you guys, like, made an account and we did this and, like, was playing through the game and I was helping you through duties. And so because of that, I would, like, join your party before you even attempted to queue for, you know, Ifrit, for example. Because you can actually have, like, a predetermined party already here. When we would then do Ifrit and then be done with it, I would not be able to calm you, and you would not be able to calm me, because the game is going to basically assume, oh, hey, we're friends. If we were able to calm each other, we would just, you know, rig the player commendation system and just give our comms to each other constantly. And so because of that, you can't calm people that, you already are in a party and when you queue up to do something. You have to calm a stranger, basically. Ah, there you are, Ferlona. Come, rest a while. You'll have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Amalja will be less than inclined to risk our wrath. For a time, at least. Now, where were we? Yes, I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be a whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered. Nah, but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Frelona. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss the matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Let me summon Garby just in case. But yeah. Ifrit is a pushover. I mean, granted, he is the first trial. He's not going to be that hard, but... Hey, Boops! Welcome, welcome, how we stream! I imagine most of you in this raid were already here lurking. But regardless... Yeah, double ghoul, double dev. How was Fallout 76? Were those Brotherhood vertibirds still just hanging out and chilling? You just missed us beat Ifrit's butt because Ifrit's a pushover. Because he's the first trial, so he's really simple. Whoops, lost your sound. Oh no! Can you hear me? Get out of here, you dumb feet. Leave me alone. Leave me and my son alone. Is that a baby chocobo? Yeah, but it's a fat baby chocobo. He's very chunky, and I love him. Regular baby chocobos don't look like that. Regular baby chocobos are more like this. Also adorable, and I love them. But we're using the fat one because the fat one is cute. Still haven't figured out graceful dismount. It's all good. But yeah, if you didn't hear me, I was asking how did stream go. I was asking about the Brotherhood vertibirds and if they were still just ominously looming. And then I also mentioned how you guys missed the Ifrit fight. But that's fine because Ifrit's a goddamn pushover. Are y'all still saying the same things? I think you are. Doesn't hurt to check. Yeah, okay. Guess are. Haha! The triumphant hero returns! Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving the full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. Now you're actually here because you can hear things. They were just hanging out shooting something. That is wild. It is kind of fun, though, how just, like, ominous the Brotherhood of Steel is when they're just, like, hanging out in their helicopters. It's just like, hey, what you guys doing? What's happening? My late arrival nearly cost Fernlona her life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took her prisoner. And I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. Yet, yes, by some miracle she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed her utterly. Just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Ah, Fernlona, it's so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I just finished regaling Minfilia of your heroic exploits. Again, it's good that you weren't there when Ifrit showed up. You would have been tempered otherwise. Because you don't have the resist like I do. Yeah, sir, we're the main character. Don't worry about it. It's kind of my job. You tell me where to go, and you just point me in whatever direction you need killings to happen. Does New Game Plus have you go through all the story segments again? Yes. Once I'm out of this cutscene, I can explain it a little bit better. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet part of me believes that I had no cause for fear. And now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Must go bake some cookies. Hell yeah, go make some delicious cookies. Yeah, you must taste some cookies, actually. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation, it flows throughout all life, and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether. Crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well in the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed with the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains the strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet, even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. It is thanks to the power that you possess, the Echo. We do not know the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. When you first came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one that fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assure me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Fernlona. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn of the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intends to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think would be best if you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that all are to be put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Fernlona. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louisa would have never allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Quest complete! So yeah, New Game Plus. New Game Plus isn't like a true New Game Plus. Like, not how like other games do it, rather. How New Game Plus actually works is it is like split up into bits, and you can activate and pause, as you just saw, it at any time. And then there's also New Game Plus for, you know, other side things and whatnot. And you can just, you know, like pop back in. New Game Plus will not allow you to do side quests that don't have their own New Game Plus again. So a bunch of the like generic quests I won't be able to show off. That is why I created Bunny, so that I can show those quests off with her. Sorry, I was lurking. Yeah, no worries. I also completely forgot to give Boops the shout out. My bad. But yeah, when you do a New Game Plus, you cannot regain any of the rewards that a main quest would give you, but that's fine, because for the most part they would either give you generic items, or for any specialty items, in every city-state, or at least, you know, in Limsa Lominsa, Ul'dah, and Gridania, there are, I don't know where the one in Ul'dah is. I'm going to try to see if I can show off the one in Limsa Lominsa. There is a special trader called a Calamity Scavenger, who you can rebuy like unique quest rewards from. So if you ever want something again, you can go to them instead. Like, you can't get it again through New Game Plus. Anyway, a hero in the making. Minfilia is wearing a wry smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? But yeah, being able to like turn New Game Plus on and off is like kind of neat, because it's not like forcing you to go through the entire game again. You can just like pause and then go back to like wherever you're like you normally are in the game. The story sucked you in, so you've watched others play through it? Heck yeah! Yeah, no, this story is really good. Again, A Realm Reborn is like the weakest story because, one, this story was written like like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Like, you know, a decade ago, basically. It was also written while they were also working on Killing 1.0. So again, there's like a couple, like, jank things. But not to say Reborn is bad, it's just that it's the weakest story out of all the expansions. Like, just like everyone just kind of like universally agrees on that. But it's not bad. And I am so excited to eventually get to the other expansions because this game fucking goes places, baby! Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Y'shtola that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner that you joined us than you personally bested the Primal Ifrit. They had to reboot the server. The 1.0 server ending climax is pretty awesome to watch. Yeah, it's so good. I'm so glad that they also put it up on YouTube in like good quality so that like you can just watch it whenever. Because again, I've never seen, I mean, I'm not like super big into MMOs. This is the first MMO I've ever played, but I have never seen an MMO incorporate its shutdown into the story like 1.0 did. God, I'm so fucking big. I always forget how big I am until I see a scene like this, where I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I think there's also a little bit of I'm slightly closer to the camera than she is, but dear God. Max height, baby. I am the second tallest the player character could possibly be. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. Yeah, large woman. Hey, you have one guess as to why I made my character so big. Hey, you have one guess as to why I made my character like this. We have guests, Verlona. Or rather, you have guests. It's funny though, when I was first making my character, my two, beg pardons! My two choices were to either be a female Rogadin like this and be massive, or to be a Lalafell and be extremely tiny, and there was no in between. I wanted to be either large or small. Ah, Lady Memphilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, the Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Verlona, your recent exploits have garnered you the intentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go through such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Verlona's deeds spread so quickly. That the Immortal Flame should know of her triumphs is to be expected. But what of the other Grand Companies? Tataru, have you been spilling gossip? Have you been spilling the tea? Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Wells Falquin. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge of the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of a valiant woman such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace never reigns over the Twelves Wood. Or ever reigns over the Twelves Wood. Did I say never? That is the opposite of their mission. Ah, what pleasure it is to finally meet you, Mistress Falcon. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A woman of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Old Da. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said that you had the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. As do many others in Limsa. Long before the rest of Eorzea took note, your name was well known to us, owing to your valorous deeds on behalf of our citizens. It is only natural that we would want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. This is a lot. Lady Midfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. It would be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you're agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best serves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I can see that it's no small choice that you face. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion! You're as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well, let Verlona hear our leader speak, and then return here with her decision. We eagerly await your answer. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge that you join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promises of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of a great power, Verlona, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, and not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one woman. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one woman amongst many, a friend among friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will need it in the days ahead. The Grand Company seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I'll have you carry this link pill with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Basically, she has given us a cell phone. Eorzea is changing, Verlona, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught that we cannot achieve. Now, it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. I actually am kind of curious on how New Game Plus is gonna resolve this, because I'm already in a grand company, and so I am curious if I'm gonna be railroaded into whichever one I originally picked. Why have you windowed yourself? Game, what the fuck? Why? Go back in! This laptop just like randomly like windows its games, and I don't know why it does that. I'm literally not touching the keyboard or anything. Sometimes it's just like, oh, I'm gonna minimize the game. Or not minimize, but window it. I'm just like, what are you doing that is causing that to happen? I don't understand. My computer's just like, what? What if I just, yeah, exactly. At least it hasn't done that in like the middle of combat yet. Or, wait, no, I think it did try to do it during combat during one of the Dead Space streams. But I was able to pause like before it could completely try to window itself, and so I was able to save myself. Because, yeah, I do vaguely recall it happening in one of the Dead Space streams. Windows just be like that sometimes, I guess. I kind of hate it. I've just jinxed myself. No, but I've also admitted that it has happened. I've just admitted that it has happened. Surely I'm safe, right? Right? With the power you possess, there will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one woman. Okay, you're just saying that stuff again. The Elder Seedseer speaks only the truth, and her words have the power to touch the soul. At the sound of her voice, all fall silent and attend her. The Flame General is a passionate man, and his words never fail to light a fire in the belly of those who listen. I am sure you will be no exception. When the Admiral speaks, even pirates listen, and that is no small thing. She is a born leader, the kind one would gladly fall into the seventh hell. It's too late to save face now. The computer heals all. No! No! Except joke's on you, I'm gonna end up windowing the game myself once I start learning more skills. Because, so you're able to, like, customize, your hotbars and, like, what key bindings, you have. And so, like, for example, I have, like, you know, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Q, E, R, F, Z, X, C, V. And these ones are all the same thing, except these ones are Alt plus, you know, the same buttons, and then these ones are Shift plus the same buttons. And also, in combat, I also have it that pressing Tab will toggle whatever my current target is. Like, it'll cycle through them. So there have been several times where when I am using a skill that I have on my Alt hotbar, like these ones, and then I hit Tab to change what target I am selecting and accidentally window the game myself because I have just Alt-tabbed. Like that. Because I'm very smart. And I can't really change the key bindings anymore because I'm too used to these very specific ones. And trying to relearn the muscle memory for it would be a nightmare. So it's just like, welp. This is just a hazard I live with now. Okay, you are saying a new thing. The destruction that visited this land cannot be attributed to the forces of the Empire alone. Worm of midnight of breath eternal, for some a legend made flesh, for others an insidious symbol of memory lost. We grasp but a piece of this puzzle. Much and more we must question and contemplate ere the fallen moon revealeth its myriad secrets. I heard word of your deeds. I am sparing in my praise, so know that you have truly impressed me. Be that as it may, it is fortunate that Thancred arrived when he did. Had he been but a moment later, I shudder to think what may have happened. Had he arrived a moment earlier, he would have been tempered, and he doesn't seem to realize that. An experienced warrior like Abba won't die so easily. He's strong, fast, and cunning. He'll come back safe. I must confess, I do rather miss that obnoxious Mikote's company. Abba is taking part in a joint operation with the Immortal Flames. I imagine he's having the time of his life right now. Everything's looking to be in order? On to the next customer. I don't know how to fake a crunching noise. Oh, hello again, Les. Meet Percivan. We was thick as thieves in the old days. At least I think we was. Or might have that been when he was a great creepy bastard and I did me best to avoid him. Still, we was both members of the old order, so either way, we were into this together, eh? I don't remember what accent I gave you, and so instead I gave you whatever the fuck that was. You put us to shame with your recent performance in the field. If I'm to keep up, I'll dare say I'll need bigger knives. Speeches? Oh yes, I love them. There's nothing like a good exposition when you're having trouble sleeping. Oh, Ida, I love you. 5 years ago, the Grand Companies joined as one and fought the Garlean Empire at the Carthano Flats. And now, for the first time, the people will gather to remember those who fell in battle. That being said, no one has any clear memory of what transpired that fateful day. Not even the leaders of each nation. Why is Ida so relatable? I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Lona. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often, and a few too many people, and to a few too many people. Next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you to want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of 3 services, and Elcedar Kane Senna will deliver her address at Beketo's amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much that we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Ul'dah, where the Flame General Rolban Aldin will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you'll need to make your way to the stateroom in Linsalominsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Bluffiswin will be giving her address. That room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry, Xanthiel, and he'll admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the remembered services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell! I love them lampshading the fact that you can do these in any order, and you will always be there just in time to hear the speech. It's so funny that they just straight up lampshade it. Some people at Fame sold their heads, but I believe that yours will remain in proportion and firmly attached to your body. But, I mean, teleporting around isn't too expensive, so why not just do them in the described order? even if Ul'dah is the closest one. Charlie Brown? All right, cool. Someone's just playing Charlie Brown. I don't actually know what any of the song names in the Charlie Brown like Peanuts soundtrack are. Is that a player? Yeah. So if you pick up the archer class, which I don't have, and then you become a bard, you can play instruments. You have to be a bard though. But yeah, you can have like a harp, you can have like drum, a trumpet, guitar. There's like a bunch of different instruments. I don't know how it works because again, I am not an archer / bard, so I don't have it. But yeah, and people will create just like macros on like how to play certain songs. And we'll then just like hang out in like this, the main city states and just start playing music. It's really fun. Of course, this is what gets Splinter interested. Of course, it's the music. The only thing you care about. I mean, there is a gold saucer in this game, and you can unlock the side quest that gets it at level 15, and in the gold saucer there's like mahjong, and there are literally players that are just like elderly like Asian people that played this game, got to level 15 just so that they can go play mahjong at the gold saucer. So yeah, people playing this game just to like make like macros to play songs as a bard does not surprise me.
I lost my son to the calamity.
Hi, Sam Riegel, how you doing?
Yes, are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
If it's Skylike, you might be interested.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest.
Yeah, again, I don't know how it actually works to play instruments because I'm not a bard myself. All I know is that people will set up macros to play songs. But yeah, you can obviously also just like freeform it. I do know that much.
Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
It is so funny hearing Sam Riegel voice this character.
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us.
Because again, most voice actors in this game will change once we ever get to Heaven's Word, because they changed what studio they wanted to have like the English dub voice actors based in, from a US based one to a UK based one. And so I just like completely forget that Sam Riegel voiced that character initially, and it's just like, oh boy, I am not used to this voice anymore.
Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Carteneau. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost.
It looks like it gives you a little keyboard to play on. I'm doing it! I'm figuring out ways to get you all interested in this game!
As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice.
Like, you know how Boops was constantly trying to, like, thrust Fallout 76 on the people? That's gonna be me with this game. I'm gonna be like, hey, you want to check out Final Fantasy XIV? There's a free trial with no time limit. You can play like half the game for free. Eyeball emoji, eyeball emoji, eyeball emoji. Please, please. Except because this is like a proper subscription MMO, I totally understand that I'm probably not gonna win in my efforts. That said, you don't need to have a subscription in order to do the Bard stuff. That is all just free trial content, I'm pretty sure.
The calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed. Each waking hour, a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds.
I have to see if you can even stand the rest of the game. FF is just not your jam for the most part. Yeah, no, understandable. Especially because I think you very specifically need to be a bard and not an archer to get it. You would have to get to a part that even I haven't gotten to yet in these streams in order to unlock bard. Because you have to get to level 30 and then also get to a certain part in the like main story in order to get to like the class upgrades. Again, that is assuming if it is indeed specifically a bard thing and not just an archer thing.
To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the highroads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children.
What will be done?
It's up to us to protect the forest.
All the elementals!
Oh, the crowd noises are not good.
If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service.
Oh, the old voices. Oh, the old
I
voices.
saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
But yeah, this actually isn't the first time we have seen Alphino and Alice. Regardless of what city-state you started in, these two will also be on whatever mode of transportation you took to get there. Like, they were in the ship with us, and you could actually see them sleeping when, like, attention is called out to them. And then when you get off the boat, you can also see them get off the boat. And, I totally forgot to point it out, but, one of the times early on when we were talking to, Brunel... Oh my god, what was his name? Brunald? The guy who runs the Drowning Wench over in Limsa Lominsa. In the background, you can actually see the two of them leave the Drowning Wench. But no attention is called out to them other than if you, like, spot them. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixol are unquestionably the more troublesome, of being naturally warlike being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians. Until recently, at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixol ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war. And when it does, the Order of the Twin Outer will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them? Okay, bye. Alright, well that's that one done. And again, when I was first playing this game, getting to this point was really funny because it was still in the midst of the Halloween like celebrations. And so like this whole amphitheater was like dressed up for Halloween. Like there were like, you know, like spooky bats, there was like festival music, jack-o'-lanterns everywhere. And then I would like do the cutscene. And the cutscene was unfortunately smart enough to remove all the decorations so that it played out normally. But then the cutscene would spit you out and it would be right back into Halloween festivities, and it was really funny to me. Anyway, let's go to the one and all doll. Oh, there's Ganondorf Gerudo Man again. He's now in a suit. Actually, hang on, is the concert out here still going on? Or have they taken a break? It appears as if they have taken a break. There's normally a group of Link cosplayers that hang out right here that like just play like instruments like all day. But I guess they're taking a break because they're not here. Chamber Rule over here. Alright, and let's go to the next little ceremony. I'm just thankful that these are mostly voiced, and so I can take a break.
Behold, 'tis the Santana Nanimo herself!
And Reborn as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
Thank you for the hydrate, Ghoul.
Hurrah! Reborn! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ur dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold.
And thank you again for the stretch as well.
Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm.
I love how she towers over everyone. I know, it's so good. There's only a handful of characters that are taller than me.
In Eorzea's darkest hour,
It's great.
on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Fucking the crowd noises, dude.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you.
Is this when that one cry happens?
Line not your own coffers, but
Where is it?
the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
Ja, for Uldar!
Together we are one.
Can you put a little bit more enthusiasm into that?
Your
Definitely not
grace.
Kane Senna.
Reborn? People of Uldar, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you.
I love how this is how, because she's a Lalafell and is therefore tiny, this is how she, like, gets high enough to be able to, like, address her people, while Bon just, like, lifts her onto his, like, forearm.
Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
Kiryu holding up Haruka. Yes, exactly.
Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and
There it is.
fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
I fucking love that crowd, man, so much. Glory to the Sultana! Like, what the fuck? Oh, I love the old voice acting. It's so special.
Forsooth!
The time is now!
Fancy
Who is
meeting
that?
Again.
Who is that supposed to be? The Eldons have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have already encountered them. It's just the gremlin voice in your head. Eat the cookies! The Eldons do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they have dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Like the kaiju in, Pacific Rim? Where they're exponentially just getting faster and faster and faster at summoning? Every time they do so, the Odan send their forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to the ranks. Well, good speaking to you two again. Anyway, it is time to go home to Limpsa and go listen to the last remembrance ceremony, which is, if the pattern follows, just turn into, hey, please join our grand company. We need more members. Please, we're desperate. I beg you. Let me up. Here to attend the remembrance servants. Be quick, the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Hey, height-wise, I don't stand out as much.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride.
Hello, Meredith. And Meridia? I think that's the name of the Draconic Prince, or whatever the hell they're called in Skyrim. All I know her is a new hand touches the beacon. Which we discussed last time. We had a voice cutscene with her.
"700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say.
I love the crowds.
The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the Black Longship represents a pirate vessel.
The ship represents the ship, you don't say, bud. Thank you, bud, for explaining to me that the ship is a ship. I would have never have guessed.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage. yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom.
I just really like her voice actor.
And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
She's probably the one character who gets her voice replaced when the studio changes that I'm like sad to lose.
Long live the Admiral! Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass? I'll follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral!
Oh, I don't know why the crowds are so bad, but I love them.
Fancy meeting you again.
Yeah, it's almost like we're all attending all the remembrance ceremonies or whatever. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by 2 beast tribes. The first are the Fishlight Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the Kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsans' backyard. And that is to say not of eternal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched in a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. But will you sail with the Admiral? Yeah, but one thing about Limsa Lominsa and its troubles with the Beast Tribes is, with the other ones, like with Ul'dah and its Beast Tribe, like, problems, and, Gridania and its, tribe problems, it's kind of unclear on, like, who was there first. But with Limsa Lominsa, especially as you, like, you know, learn more about, like, the, like, lore of the world and whatnot, it is very clear that the Sahagin and Kobolds lived here on these islands first, and then, the original Limsa Lominsans, like, came in, settled on this island, and then started expanding, taking over the Sahagin and the Kobolds' territories. That's why on the PowerPoint I mentioned that Limsa Lominsa is a pirate city with a touch of colonization. Because that's Limsa Lominsa's whole thing. Eventually they stopped expansion and are, like, attempting to create, like, you know, peace treaties with the Beast Tribes of, like, hey, we won't expand anymore. You can supply us with some of your crystals. Everybody wins, yeah? And it's like, no. No one's happy with this. Frelona, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now been conducted, or has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust that you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. And yeah, that was our first use of the Link Pearl, aka the cell phone. Alright, and back we go. As we run around with our fat son, who can't also exist at the same time as our umbrella for some reason. It's been 2.5 hours. And the desert is still fucking raining, dude. When will it end? When will we be free? Fate's still there. Or did it respawn? Jesus. Hello, fellow player. We're running around everywhere. I'm coming back. Hang on, I'm almost there. Okay, you're just saying generic things again. For safety's sake, I'm going to just join the Grand Company I'm already in. Because I don't know how this is going to go. Welcome back, Frelona. Were the Grand Company leaders' words as illuminating as you hoped? Each nation is beset with problems, and I trust that you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Fernlona. But you must be tired from your journey, so why don't you rest a while, give a moment to reflect on your decision. Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alisaie, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, when they mentioned, when Alisaie was like our grandfather, Alphinaud and Alisaie are Louis Soi's grandchildren. That's one of the reasons why Alisaie was so bitter at all the remembrance ceremonies. That all of the leaders did not mention the Warriors of Light. And they also did not mention Louis Soi. You know, the two groups of people rather, that sacrificed the most to save the realm. And like, you know, did the most work. Nothing. Nada. You're mentioning that again. Let me join the Maelstrom. I'm already in the Maelstrom, but don't worry about it. How was the Admiral's speech? But you need not explain. That you stand before me now is answer enough. You have resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? So yeah, you can choose between joining the Twin Adder, the Immortal Flames, or the Maelstrom. They're basically the exact same kinds of things, except like different colors. The Maelstrom is red, the Immortal Flames are blue. I fucking hate that. I wish the two were swapped. And the Twin Adder are yellow. Their salutes are different. Twin Adder has that weird like cross your arms in front of you and bow your head. The Immortal Flames has a hand over the chest, I think. I forget what. And Maelstrom is almost in like normal salute for us, except the like outward part of your hand is like facing forward more. As opposed to like, you know, you're like, and like a normal salute, it's like, you know, like the side of your index finger that's like up against your forehead. With the Maelstrom salute, it's actually like the pads of your fingers that are touching your forehead. Other than that, your rewards are mostly the same, just like themed differently. You can also rank up what your rank is in the in whatever Grand Company you are, up until a max of Captain? I don't remember what the max rank is. But the neat part is whenever you are doing stuff in the main story where, you know, the Grand Companies then get involved, they will actually refer to you by whatever rank you are. If you want to see that the most, I believe the Immortal Flames are involved in the main story the most out of the three. But it generally doesn't really matter, and once you rank up to a certain rank, you are free to leave your You are free to leave your Grand Company to go join a different one. Just note that when you do that, if you then decide to go back to whatever your original Grand Company is, your rank will be reset and you have to, like, climb up the ranks again. That's the spirit, lass. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let us brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made. It's time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to Maelstrom Command back in Limsa. The company you keep, Maelstrom Edition. The Maelstrom recruitment officer seems eager to welcome you to Limsa Lumence's Grand Company. 'Tis on the upper decks, in case you have forgotten. I will send word to our personnel offer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom soldier can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearings true. You say that? Doing stuff for your Grand Companies is completely optional. To the aft castle. Then we run. Hail, adventurer! What business have you at Maelstrom Command? My name is Ferlono was Falkwind, and I believe you are expecting me. When Ferlono was Falkwind, your recruitment officer sent word of your coming. It'll be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be aware of several... Sir! What is it, Private? This had better be important. Sir, we've received a report from a lookout in Lower Lenosha. Sir, Imperial forces have fired upon a Highwind Skyways airship. The vessel is in a bad way, sir, and appears to be banking for an emergency landing in the Cedarwood. The Cedarwood? Damn it, we have no troops available in the area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with the fishbacks. Miss Falkwind, this is highly irregular, but I fear your first duty in service to the Maelstrom must needs be unofficial. If our man in Lower Lenosha is correct, the airships will come down in territory. The airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Garleans do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airship, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure they come to no further harm. We will see about swearing you in upon your return. Okay, what is the fastest way to get over there? I guess... I'm like, would it be faster to go out this exit and climb up here, or would it be faster to go through Middle Lenosha? I think going through Middle Lenosha might be faster. Because we still don't quite have our chocobo. I mean, I do, but new players wouldn't. Let me sprint! I don't want to wait 15 more seconds. Let me sprint! There we go. Airship crewman. Sir, you're not exactly hidden. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No way, let's find some cover first. Dude, same, I can't run for shit. I get tired so fast. Maelstrom Command sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. I literally just joined, bud. I didn't have time to get an outfit, uniform. Be at ease, sir. We are of the Maelstrom. You're Garland Ironworks engineer, yes? One of our lookouts reported the attack on your craft. We're here to rescue you. You must be with Smallquid. Good work on reaching our friend here before the Imperials. Never seen a craft of this design. Must be Garland's work. There's no end to the man's treachery. The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We're taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. A scouting party from Castrum Occidents, I'd say. It seems that they want your ship, engineer. Wedge, we have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside of the tiny Bronco. So I didn't realize this when I first played because I didn't play 7 until way later, but this is a FF7 reference, isn't it? Because isn't the tiny Bronco the name of Sid's, plane? I mean, the tiny Bronco itself might be a reoccurring bit in Final Fantasy games. I have no goddamn clue. The only ones I've played are this one, 7 and 9. But yeah, little tiny 7 reference, if this isn't just a reoccurring bit. The tiny Bronco? Isn't that the new design people have been whispering about? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity, ever since Master Garland, well, ever since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight, and she was soaring. She really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. All right, pay attention. We're going to hit these Imperials hard and fast. If they want a souvenir from Eorzea, they can have a knife in the gut, but they're not getting that ship. Oh, and don't forget to save the Lalafell. What say you, Spalquin? You ready to give those curs a hiding? Cannot confirm my brain did the thing where it chucked that info into an unknown filing cabinet. Like a tidal wave, lads! Charge! Yeah, it sucks when you don't know where your brain has stored information. An ambush! To arms! Gun the bastards! Keep them away from the airship! Also go down, please, and thank you. Savages, you cannot stand against the might of the Empire. This has gone on long enough. Has it, though? Oh, God. Exterminate these barbarians. Teach them the futility of resistance. Oh, we got a mech. Fandom Wiki says that it's FF7, but it has appeared in a couple of spin-offs, and it's referenced. I see. Uh-oh. Hey, bud, you have an axe. You're clearly supposed to be the tank. Can you maybe tank? Where's it fucking going? What are you doing, bud? Yay, we win. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed on the ship. So yeah, here's this game's Biggs and Wedge. Because they are also a reoccurring Final Fantasy joke, along with all the Sids. That was a close one! Too damn close. So, how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller's a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications, and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. We'll stand watch until the ship is ready to take off. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts eventually, and I doubt they'll get here for a good while yet. Miss Falquin, you're free to return to Maelstrom Command and complete your induction. Ordinarily, I'd ask you to stay, but I think we'd all feel better knowing an adventurer of your ability was safely sworn in and ready for the next mission. Rest assured, I'll inform command of the part you played today. I just wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if it hadn't been for you and the Maelstrom lads here, we would have been chained up in the dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge? Thank you. We're very grateful. And... you know what? I'm just gonna teleport back. It's fine. A shame we can't just hit return, but it's fine. Back to the after castle. Welcome back, Miss Falquin. I just heard the report. You needn't be concerned about the engineers. They completed the return trip without further imperial interference. I must admit, I had my doubts at first, but it seems the stories about you are true. I look forward to seeing what else you're capable of. After you've been properly inducted into the Maelstrom, of course. Now, speaking of your induction... Till sea swallows all. The personnel officer stands ready to complete your induction into the ranks. Now let us start afresh, shall we? You are welcome here, Fernlona Westfalquin. That such a well-respected adventurer would choose to join our ranks is most heartening. Before you swear your allegiance to us, however, it is only right that I tell you exactly what it is that you will be joining. A grand company is more than simply a collection of soldiers. It is an all-encompassing organization which draws upon the resources of an entire city-state to form a unified military force capable of standing against the nation's deadliest enemies. We of the Maelstrom are charged with meeting the threats posed by the Primals and the Garlean Empire, solving the many problems caused by the Calamity. Every man and woman who serves under our colors has a role to play in keeping the great warship that is Limsa Lominsa afloat. And on whatever heading Chief Admiral Merwood Blofuswind seems fit to set. As part of this grand vessel's crew, you will be expected to take your turn at the oars. For the winds do not look favorable, lass, and strength of arm may be all that sees us safe to port. If I've lost you with talk of ship and oar, let me put it another way. A Maelstrom soldier labors till her last breath, fights into her last drop of blood. We give our all in our service to this nation, and no less is expected of you. With Falquin, it is customary for new recruits to swear an oath of their own choosing upon entering the Maelstrom's ranks. Is there aught you'd like to say? You have my sword till sea swallows all. What skills I have are yours till sea swallows all. I will follow the Admiral to the very bottom of the abyss. Or nothing. What skills I have are yours till sea swallows all. Yes, the many and varied skills of the adventurer. I have no doubt that your travels have furnished you with such knowledge as will prove invaluable to our cause. Fernlona Westfalquin, I hereby assign you the rank of Storm Private 3rd Class. You're now officially a soldier of the Maelstrom. Welcome aboard, Private. May you serve Limsa Lominsa well, till sea swallows all. Why is everyone clapping? Don't clap for me, that's awkward. Can you hear me, Fernlona? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Maelstrom contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Westfalquin. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a woman of the storm, you are no less a scion. Pray, return to the waking sands. There we go. There it says. Number 1, I think, maybe? At your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We will be waiting. No rest for the wicked, eh? Before you make yourself scarce, I recommend having a word with Commander Ricky. Might be worth your while. This one is Ricky, by the way. You may now accept the quest My Little Chocobo, Maelstrom, by speaking with, Rashat Ricky, I believe is how you say that. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for A Realm Reborn. So yes, this is how you, get your, Chocobo. Also, let me just, check. Okay, good. Yeah, I am still captain. So yeah, even though there's actually all these like other ranks of like Storm Commander, Marshal, and then eventually Storm Champion, you actually can't physically reach these ranks in game. Captain, whether it's Serpent, Storm, or Flame, is the actual true rank cap for whatever Grand Company you're in. It's kind of weird, but that's how you do it. But yeah. After you do this, you would get a quest from her, where you would then have to go to the Chocobo Porter down over here, I believe. It's going to take a second to run over here because there's no aetheryte for this bit. I guess in theory I could have left to middle Lenosha from the aetheryte and then run back in. That probably would have been faster, but oh well. Yeah, you would then be sent to this Chocobo Keep, where they would then give you a Chocobo Whistle so that you can go summon your Chocobo. Your Chocobo at default, you also get to name them, will be, like the standard yellow. But if you feed them very specific items, you can actually change what, color their feathering is. Let me just pretend that, you know, this is a fresh Chocobo, even though I don't even though the color is wrong, don't worry about it. But yeah, your Chocobo, you can change its color. You can also collect Bardings to change its clothes, basically. It has no stats. Like, none of the Bardings have stats. The Bardings are purely cosmetic. And then I believe you need to do a side quest in Central Shroud around here, I think, first to unlock it. But you will also be able to then get the use of Gissel Greens. And then if you use a Gissel Green, so you can always, like, you know, pull out your company Chocobo and run around. You will not be able to fly just yet, but, you know, you'll have your little Chocobo. But if you summon, but if you use a Gissel Green, I believe after doing, again, a side quest, you can now have your Chocobo hang out as a party member. Your Chocobo cannot join you for instance duties like dungeons or trials, but if you're just, you know, messing around on the overworld... Why did everything aggro onto me? Why did literally everything aggro onto me? Your Chocobo can fight. Your Chocobo will only target any enemies that you have attacked, unless there's a way to, like, change. Yeah, I don't know, but let me just hop on Eratome here so that the timer doesn't keep ticking down. As you kill things with your Chocobo and you battle with them on the overworld, they will gain experience. As they gain experience, that you can give them skills as they level up. I highly recommend getting at least the first skill of each tree and then focusing healer, because having your Chocobo be able to be like a kind of bad, but at least being some kind of a healer for you can be really invaluable as you're like leveling up weaker jobs, like low level jobs. But your Chocobo will cap out at rank 10. If you want to get your chocobo to get from level 10 to level 20, each time you hit the level cap, you need to feed your chocobo a Thavnarian onion, which will raise its level cap by 1. So once you hit level 10 and you're at like the max experience bar, you give it a Thavnarian onion, you will now be level 11, and then you have to get all the experience up to level 12, give it another onion, then you'll unlock 13, etc., all the way up until level 20. Now the problem is that I believe in order to actually feed your chocobo, you need to have access to a stable, and you can only have access to a stable if you own a house or are part of a free company that has a stable on their plot. If you're in a free company that has a free company house and they also have a stable. Basically meaning, if you're on the free trial, your chocobo's level cap is going to be 10, and you're not going to be able to get all the skills. Because you have to be max level, rank 20, in order for your chocobo to learn every skill available. So you have to choose wisely. But yeah, I can now finally use our chocobo to get around faster, thank fucking God. I don't have to run around on foot anymore. I'm so happy. But yeah, every time you use a Gistle Green, your chocobo will be able to be on the field for 30 minutes. You can use another Gistle Green to increase it up, to increase the timer up to a max of an hour, 60 minutes. But yeah, because I'm just showing it off, I'm just gonna show off. Why you flying? Why you flying, asshole? You showing off? I completely lost my train of thought. I got so distracted by seeing that other player flying above me. So despite Eritome coming into the Waking Sands here, once you're actually properly in a building or one of the city-states, your chocobo won't actually be out with you. Because that is a hazard, and it is equivalent to basically bringing your horse indoors. Don't do that. Following the calamity, each nation's armed forces underwent a large-scale restructuring centered upon its grand company. In Gridania, the Order of the Twin Adder absorbed both the Wood Whalers and the God's Quiver, while the Lominsons enacted a complete merger of the Maelstrom and the Knights of the Barracuda. Old Da is the odd nation out, having made no notable changes to its armed forces. As before, and in the spirit of the Sultanate, each entity retains a certain degree of independence. Let me see if I have this right. You're an adventurer who's a scion and a storm? Golly, how do you keep track of everything? It must be fun pairing up with lots of different people, though. Me? I'm always with Papa Limo. Come to think of it, why am I always with Papa Limo? No idea. I think it's because you guys are technically a comedy duo. Whatever the hell the comedy duo is called in Japan, I don't fucking remember. Kaboom! Anyway, here's Brennan. Hey, ain't you the lass who rode the boat into Limsa Lominsa with me? It's you, it is you, ain't it? Good to see you found a good home. And what am I doing here? Well, I just heard one of me brothers came through not long ago. Looks like I just missed them, though. I ain't seen either one of them since the calamity. I don't even know if they're still alive, but after running the folk who swore they knew me time and again, I reckon they had to be here somewhere. I've been traveling and peddling in the hopes of finding me brothers ever since. If you see a fellow who what looks like me, let him know that Brennan's looking for him, would you? Yeah, I saw him earlier. He was just making a delivery. Good luck to you finding him. Kaboom and a dud. Well, if it went kaboom, it wasn't exactly a dud, now was it? Fate shall be thy guide. When our purposes become one, once again shall our paths lead us here. Our city of learning is now naught but shadows. Ere the light of dawn breaketh, shall we follow whither the sand blows.
Bapanada.
Thanks, Urianje. We will continue to focus our efforts on investigating the primals. The Amalja are not the only tribe that has succeeded in summoning its deity. Hey, you pledge yourself to a great company. Me, I don't think I can do it. I never feel like one of them, no matter what the recruiters say. I'm not sure I grasp the purpose of these remembrance ceremonies. Whether you remember or rewrite the past, what does it matter? It isn't as though you can repeat it. Our present-day enemies ought to serve as a sufficient motivation, don't you think? The only lesson I believe that we should take from the calamity is that far greater threats can and will appear. I suppose that's one way to think of it. I've been chatting with the Persevans, and we both swear that there was no other member of our crew. We still just ain't figured out a way to prove who she was. Well, you just wait and see. It won't be long before everybody sees us for the heroes we is. I wonder if these are a reference to your companions in 1.0, because I genuinely don't know what the hell she's talking about. Have we met before? You must be quite the accomplished adventurer to be welcomed into these halls. Me? No one's ever expected much of me, and so far I've done a fine job of living down to their expectations. For those of you who don't remember, Liavine here was part of Ida's party. You know, the party that had the leader die during Tamtara, I think. And then everybody blamed Ida because Ida was the healer, and they were like, why didn't you heal him? And she was like, he ran out of range, I couldn't. And then they all broke apart, and Liavine here was specifically being like, I know this wasn't a secret, but I never liked you. She's here now. She's now a Scion. Oh, hey, Thancred, I didn't see you over there. The incident with the traitor still weighs heavily on everyone's minds. The Flame Generals, most of all. Although he cannot be expected to know what evils lurk in the hearts of every man under his command, the revelation is nevertheless a devastating blow to his authority. Even so, it warrants that you should not let this tragedy color your opinion of the man. In all my words of working with the Flame General, I've never had reason to doubt his capacity to lead. Yeah, losing your soldiers to tempering must be a shame. Ah, welcome back, Verlona. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time in putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruiter officer called to regale me with the tales of your heroics. Pride in his voice was palpable. Have I ever kept track on what part of the game, Thancred? Yeah. I was going to point out when he starts to accessorize. Because I believe I know exactly when he does. I actually, looked at him. And I don't think he's accessorizing, or has he? I need to look at him again. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Verlona. Now, when we last spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet with some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. Never really get into this game's story because you feel like it was going everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Though I think that's typical for an MMO. Haven't played this game in a long while, so I DK about the expansion stories. Yeah, no, as I was mentioning earlier, Arome Reborn is kind of a mess and is definitely the weakest story of the bunch. Because they have to set out, here's how the world works. We also have to tutorialize the player in a bunch of things. So you're constantly like spread all over the place and jumping around. But the story of this game does get really freaking good, especially once you start getting to the expansions. Again, not to say that A Realm Reborn is bad, because I do understand why A Realm Reborn is like this. But yeah. If you're not completely overwhelmed, are you really playing an MMO? Exactly. This way, sirs! Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've been properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man, spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service! I think they had the tie-in events from the 1.0 ending to start anew, so that might be why it's a little clunky. Yeah. Because this... A Realm Reborn is a continuation of 1.0, but as I mentioned when we were fighting Ifrit, it's actually incredibly similar to what happens when you encounter Ifrit in 1.0. So, it's a continuation, but certain things also kind of repeat itself, because they have to explain things for new players that never did 1.0. Like, for example, I'm eventually going to show off the Dragoon job quests once I get to the patches, because the Dragoon job quests actually do mention some things that are important for Heavensward. But if you've ever seen the 1.0 Dragoon quests, the Realm Reborn Dragoon quests are basically the exact same quests as the 1.0 Dragoon storyline. It just copies itself. The only difference being the character that is most important to the Dragoon job quests in 1.0 was a Duskwite, aka a Dark Elf. But in A Realm Reborn, although it is supposed to be the same character, they are now a Wildwood Elf, or a, you know, just like a Wood Elf. That is literally the only difference, I believe. Is that they changed the sub-race of the elf tutor, basically. Kind of a shame too, because there are so few important Duskwite elves throughout all of Final Fantasy XIV. So if he was left alone as a Duskwite, that would have been really nice, but nope. They changed him to Wildwood because, unfortunately, this game... It's weird. This game clearly... You can kind of tell that this game is inspired by D&D, because they're like, oh yeah, Dark Elves evil. And so are the, like, you know, like the Mooncats, because they're, like, very, like, seclusionist, and they don't like other people, and they're, like, all poachers or whatever. And whenever you actually do see a Duskwite or a Wild... or a, Keeper of the Moon, Makote, they are usually, but not always, some sort of villain. Which is a shame. And it's like, why? Why are you being racist with your own characters? Sahagin is a creature from D&D, so that's also very confusing seeing it here. Because, yeah, it's like, it's not supposed to be that, like, oh, you know, the Duskwites and the Keepers of the Moon Makote are, you know, inherently evil. Like, there's none of, like, that, like, D&D bullshit. It's just that, you know, they're typically seclusionist. But it's like, that obviously means that, oh, that's, like, that's not nature, that's nurture. There could be, you know, normal, you know, like, non-aggressive ones. And yet... they get oddly racist with it. Anyway, I am pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow, and on behalf of the Scions, I welcome you to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Where did everyone go? Self-management. Minfilia needs you to investigate the Sylphs.
Now, having set aside the formalities,
Thank you for being voiced.
we have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gizzle-greens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know, it would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papa...
Oh, he has started accessorizing.
...should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
I thought it was after the Sylph stuff he started accessorizing. Nice necklace, bud. I don't think you had that on you when I was talking to you outside the room before I accepted this quest. But sure. Looks good.
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Your mission is to make contact with the Sylphs, with the ultimate goal of finding a peaceful resolution to the threat posed by Ramu. Be fairly warned, the Sylphs are a unique people to say the least, and you may find yourself bewildered by their customs at first. Yet know that Ida and Papalimo will be on hand to support all of your endeavors. you have moved? Yeah. We haven't forgotten how you saved us, Verlona. Don't worry, Wedge and I mean to repay the favor in kind. I like it here. Safe, hidden, and a bit dank and dingy, perhaps, but I've known worse. Plus, the receptionist was rather charming, don't you think? Oh yeah, Wedge has a crush on Tataru. It's very cute. Ramu, beloved primal of the Sylphs, rooted is he in the laws of Eld, a stern arbiter of the forest. Legend hath this thunderous entity appeareth in the disguise of an elderly sage. Thus doth history oft speaketh of the old man of the woods. The merchants told me that it was Brent that delivered their goods. Maybe if I wait a while, he'll come back with another shipment. Abba neglects to mention that our allied forces suffered heavy casualties. The operation succeeded, but at great cost. With an outcome like that, should we truly consider it a victory? Abba says that we should, but I'm not so sure. They tell me you were instrumental in Ifrit's defeat. Bravo, Verlona, bravo! Perhaps he heard of my exploits. The Flames and I struck a decisive blow against the Lizardmen by destroying and pillaging their stores of crystals. They won't be summoning their primal again anytime soon. With the addition of the 2 engineers you rescued, the Waking Sands have become lively indeed. Were you aware that entry to the Sands requires the fulfillment of certain conditions? One must either gain recognition from the Scions, or earn the approval of Tataru. Our Lalafellan clerk has quite a discerning eye for character. She sure does. She's so good. My name's Haribert. I've taken up residence here, for reasons I prefer not to delve into. I may not be of much use on the battlefield, but I know a thing or two about dealing with people. If you find yourself in a bind, you do well to avail yourself of my services. Hey, guess what, Verlona? We found our 3rd man. 'Twas bleeding Satsflow. Bugger me, how could I ever forget about Satsflow? The 3 of us was always together. I think. Once upon a time, I aspired to make my name as an adventurer. It all came crashing down that fateful day when I lost the man who led my party. The man who won my heart. If I could not protect my love, how could I hope to protect my realm? I sunk into the depths of despair. Pathetic, is it not? Others may have come to join some great cause, while I am here only because I have nowhere else to go. Wrong place. Anyway, let's go to Gridania and go deal with the Sylphs. Oh, is Charlie Brown still here? Are you still playing music, or have you moved on? They have moved on. They're not here anymore. Damn it. Although I am hearing something. Oh no, it's someone else. I don't know what song they were playing. Anyway, Serpent Commander. God, we know far too little of the Sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the Scions once more if we are to... beg pardons. 'Tis a terrible habit of mine to think aloud. But, tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? I'm here to help with your Sylph problem. But, I like it when the games actually let you play instruments. Yeah, it's a nice little touch. But yeah, before I do this next mission, we come in peace, I have a little aside I'd like to show off. So despite this being a level 20 quest, depending on if you've been doing all of the side quests and, you know, doing like leveling roulette dailies and whatnot, it is entirely possible that you may be level 30 or higher. If you are level 30 or higher and you have been doing all of your class quests, you may have noticed that once you complete your level 30 class quest, they mention, or rather there is no mention of what the next class quest is for you. That is because once you complete self-management and you're at this point exactly, if you have completed your level 30 class quest, you will then be able to unlock your level 30 job quest. So you know how I keep mentioning how, like, you know, Archer will become Bard, or Lancer becomes Dragoon, Pugilist here will become a Monk? When you do your level 30 class quest, which I will show off with Conjure here, I mean, I've already done it, and then you also do your level 30 job quest, you will get an item known as a Soul Crystal. For example, the one for Conjurer is the Soul of the White Mage. If I equip the Soul of the White Mage into this slot here, instead of being a Conjurer, I will then become a White Mage. Like, you know, for Summoner here, I have Soul of the Summoner, Dragoon, I have, you know, Soul of the Dragoon, etc., etc. So if you want to upgrade your class into the proper jobs, which are, you know, your standard, use actual standard FF Final Fantasy names, all you have to do is click the Soul Crystal part of your equipment screen and then drag it on. It'll then give you a warning of, by changing your job to White Mage, you may carry over the hotbar and cross hotbar settings from Conjurer. As the actions from Conjurer may also be used when playing White Mage, transferring these settings will allow you to readily play in a similar fashion. This option is recommended for those who have little to no experience with White Mage. Basically, this allows, instead of it being a new hotbar, because, like, you know, it like gives you these things for some fucking reason, regardless of what job you do. But, you know, if I were to hit cancel, if you actually looked very briefly, you would have seen that I only have, like, you know, like 1, 2, 3, like here, and then I've like moved other things like in other ones. You hit transfer, and then see your hotbar goes back to normal, to however you had it. The problem with doing this, though, is if your level 30 job quest also gave you an action, like, for example, the level 30, the starting quest for White Mage gave me Presence of Mind. If you look carefully here, Presence of Mind isn't actually on here anywhere. That is because by transferring the Conjurer moveset, this one didn't get auto added. So you do have to remember to go into character, actions and traits, and then move this over. Alternatively, you can choose to not transfer your settings and then just rebuild it, but it is way easier to just transfer it and remember to bring whatever level 30 skill onto your hotbar. And yeah, you can also, when you hit the button to update your gear set, you hit OK. Now my little conjurer thing up here now says White Mage, because we are a proper White Mage. And that is how you upgrade your class to a job for the classes that do that. Anyway. Let us do the sylphs. We come in peace. Commander of Vorsail Helwa has been awaiting the aid of the Scions. Please don't make me say your name ever again. Hail, adventurer. I bid you welcome to the Adder's Nests. Do you seek to entwine your destiny with the Twin Adder? No thanks, I'm already part of the Maelstrom. Good evening, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Ida and Papalymo, always a pleasure to see the two of you. And men tell me that you question the name of the Scions of late. Quite so, Commander. A little bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Aye, your little bird sings true. No doubt that you've heard about that we're investigating the Sylphs, that curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelveswood home. The Sylphs are, for the most part, a peaceable bunch, much to the delight of the Elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see her people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The Twin Adder is of the same mind, and 'tis precisely for this reason that the Sylphs' relation to the Primal Ramu has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Yo, that's kind of racist, bud. Should there be even a sliver of chance that the summoning of the Primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better be safe than sorry, indeed. Do we strike at Ramu, or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question, yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but listen to only one's own is amongst the greatest mistakes a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That's where you Scions come in. Boy, the lighting in here is garbo. I look so bad in this light. The Sylphs of Little Solus remain untempered, and have held many a productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on their tempered brethren. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of a productive parley. En route to Little Solus, you will come upon the Hawthorne Hut. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you on how to win the Sylph's favor. May expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly parley with the Sylphs. This should be a pleasant enough diversion. The Hawthorne Hut, was it? Why, I believe the ferry departing from the West Shore Pier should take us straight there. A friendly Pavalier indeed. I hope this will be as straightforward as you say, Papalymo. So yeah, the whatever pier is over here. In New Gridania, Old Gridania. Over in Old Gridania, that's it. I was like, which one is it? I don't know. Anyway, we teleport to the Lancers Guild. And then we just head over here. The ferry docked at the base of this hill will carry you across the lake to the East Shroud. Once you're ashore, head due east and you should find the Hawthorne Hut without much trouble. I would like the ride to the ferry, please. And now, we can ride our chocobo to make riding over there much easier. I will note, if you were playing this game fresh, once you get your chocobo, you will not be going as fast as I am. I have used some items to increase my mount speed. You will have to go work on those yourselves. But even at its slowest speed, your chocobo is still faster than running. Or is it that your chocobo's slowest speed is tied to your running? Or to your sprinting, rather. But there's no, like, stamina for it. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm indeed emulating of the Twin Adder. I understand that you're here to learn of the Sylphs, yes? For all their whimsy, they are a wary lot, particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. Earn their trust, however, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but so do we all, no? Would you know more, you'd do well to speak with the master of this hut, Rolf. He's forgotten more about the sylphs than I'll ever know. Sylphic Studies. Rolf Hawthorne, patriarch of the beekeeping Hawthorne family, is said to be well versed in Sylphic customs. Come to learn a thing or two about the sylphs, have you? Well, I'll tell you one thing, they're peculiar folk. How peculiar, you ask? Well, let me just tell you. They're, beg pardon, friend. My memory is just what it used to be. I've seen much and more in my adventuring days, and it's all a clutter in my noggin. Though I've shared my stories with those around the hut before, you might have more luck with them. Fine. The sylphs? Oh yeah, Father's told me of his stories plenty of times. What I've always found most captivating is their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You do well to not underestimate them on account of their childlike looks, lest your face end up a mess of glyphs, squiggles, and chocobo scratches. Stealth is around. There you go. The quickest way to a quiver woman's heart might be through her stomach, but don't even think about trying to foist your foodstuffs on a sylph. They sustain themselves simply by bathing in the sun, or so Rolf told me once. They photosynthesize. The sylphs? Inveterate tricksters and troublemakers, that's what they are. One day they're drawing marble faces on our masks, the next they're sending our young sentries falling to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop and they just laugh at you. Rolf claims they harbor no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter. Well, okay. Drawing on masks, that's harmless. That's children's pranks. Leading people to fall down pits, that's a little worse. Oh, of course. Hearing your stories, or, well, my stories, has brought the memories flooding back to me. I feel like dancing. Yes, nothing brings people together quite like a little toe tapping. A sylph told me long ago that dancing is a time-honored greeting amongst her kind. You do well to remember this. It may help win the favor of her forest friends. God, why are all the default dances so horrid? First impressions. Rolf Hawthorne would share further knowledge to assist you in the befriending of the sylphs. Still here? Oh, still here, huh? Great. There's one more thing you should know about the sylphs. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn their trust, you need to bring along a, drat, what was it again? My wife Rosa and I were just speaking of the matter not days ago. Forgive me, friend. Speak to Rosette the Comb. Her memory should prove more reliable than mine own. Okay. Let's go there, Tome. Let's speed along. There you are. A peace offering for the sylphs? Or if anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey, but I fear that wouldn't get you past their front doorstep, dear. No, their tastes run more to the unusual. Are you perchance familiar with milk root? That's what we call the root of that most fiendish seedkin, the ochu. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid that is said to induce curious visions in the imbiber. Imbiber? You need not catch me dead. You'd not catch me dead trying the stuff, but the sylphs seem to enjoy it to no end. I've not seen an ocho around the comb in quite some time, but I did encounter a suspicious lump of grass the other day. Were you to stimulate it somehow, with some of this amber syrup, for example, you might be surprised at what comes out. Good luck. So the sylphs like to get high, understood. I mean, what else are you gonna do in a forest, huh? Amber syrup, a nutrient-rich alchemic compound used to quicken seedkin growth. go! Yeah! Good job, bud. I love demolishing things because I'm like 80 levels higher. It's fun. Ah, you're back. Was my wife able to direct you to a suitable offering? Milkroot. The thick white sap extracted from this ocha root has the power to grant its user wondrously terrible visions. Oh, so can we stop talking about white sap? It kind of feels bad. Milkroot, but of course! Those sylphs quaff with the cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. This stuff's about the same as well, actually. Or the effect's about the same as well. Any road, a gift of Milkroot will have the sylphs calling you friend and sister the moment they lay eyes on it. Now let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy. First contact. Wolf Hawthorne has gift wrapped your offering in preparation for your journey into the sylphs Dimensi? I don't think I know what that word is. Demens? I don't know how to actually read the pronunciation stuff. Land attached to a manor and retained for the owner's own use. Possession of real property in one's own right. Oh wait, no, it's actually pronounced domain? Okay, sure. It's a good Star Trek movie. I've taken the liberty of wrapping your Milkroot well and good. This should keep it nice and fresh. Not to mention spare you from like God's awful stench. The sylphs love the stuff, but me? I'd rather bury my nose in chocobo dung. I dare say the reek even rivals the breath of the marble that put an end to my adventuring days. But I can tell you that story another time. You have more important matters to attend to today, yeah? The sylphs are an eccentric bunch, but I've shared their company enough to know that they're kind at heart. They'll not shun one whose intentions are true. May your prelay be a fruitful one, friend. Oh, and I do stop by on your return. There's a flagon full of full water mead, or full flower mead with your name on it if you regale me of your adventuring tales. Oh, and before I forget, don't go trapezing off just yet. Elaine here would have a word with you. Travel in safety, friend, and do pass along my regards to the winged ones. Yeah, what do you want? It's good to see your knowledge of sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Upon your arrival at Little Solus, seek out a young sylph by the name of Kumuxio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many an occasion, and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of that malodorous root the sylphs so adore. I have something of far greater import for you to deliver. A missive from the elder Seedseer herself. To summarize the letter's contents in brief, it vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that you, and that would be you, and restates the Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends of the forest. The war with the Ixal has taken a toll on our resources, and we can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. May the 12 see you return with good tidings. To the sylphs! Let's go! I love the sylphs, but I feel like I'm going to lose my goddamn mind trying to voice them all because of how they speak. the sylphs live just over here. In Little Solus.
Walking One is not familiar to this one. This one does not trust strange walking ones. Strange dancing ones might be a different story, but this one expects no such thing. Walking One should go home and leave this one be.
Fine, I will dance for you. Do you like my little hop?
This one would be welcome, would welcome Walking One to, this one would welcome Walking One who moves like these ones. If Walking One would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so Walking One should speak with quick tongue.
Can you see why I'm going to lose my mind voicing these guys? Yeah, dance with us into oblivion. I don't even remember who was tripping out so hard. Was that Gaz? Or was that Gur? I don't remember who was tripping. Because I want to say Gaz also has a scene where she, like, loses her mind. Okay, it was Gur.
Walking One would bring gifts to this one. Walking One is most kind.
Milkroot, the thick white sap, yeah. Just wonderfully terrible visions. An important missive penned by Seed Seer Kane Senna addressed to a Sylph Elder.
Walking One brings Milkroot. Milkroot fills this one with great joy. This one gives thanks, gives many, many thanks. Walking One carries message for Elder One. This one would deliver message to Elder One. Walking One should not worry.
Hello there. We're envoys from Gridania, and we're here to treat with your people.
Aye, we've come to pay our respects to your elder and to learn from him more of your Lord Ramu. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania? Walking One became Dancing One and brought Milkroot, but Walking One tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder One is busy. Walking One should go home.
Go home, you say? But the Sylphs of Little Solus have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings.
The letter carried by Ferlona is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Seedseer herself.
Still, you would refuse us.
This one's reasons are of no business of Walking One's. Elder One has no words for Gridania. Walking One's waste everyone's time.
Well, I never turned away at the gates. Whatever did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Was Ferlona's jig insufficiently jiggy? How dare you insult my dance? How dare you?
I'm just as baffled as you are, but something tells me that recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we have no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust.
How many more people do we have to dance for? Eritam, do you mind getting off Papalimo? Thank you.
By virtue of the crystal trade, the Sylphs have maintained friendly terms with most every race in Eorzea. Alas, the appearance of Ramu has been a storm cloud over relations.
No, fuck. Eritam!
If peace is to be secured, we must reopen a dialogue with the Sylphs before they have a chance to summon their god again.
Dance diplomacy. Ida has a notion of how one might earn the Sylph's trust.
Say, Ferlona, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing. You've all went through all that trouble to learn the Sylph's traditional greeting, but you've greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a Sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventurer with expressing an interest in my culture. Me? Oh, of course I'd be happy to join. Ow! Oh, there goes those bloody leg cramps of mine acting up again.
I see.
No need to overthink things. So long as your heart is in it, the Sylphs will understand you. Just taking more of a sip because there's so much reading in this game. Help. All right, you want a little dance? Here's a little dance. Ooh, Lucky Ones knows Jelly Dance. Jelly Dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends. But yeah, your basic default slash dance actually is dependent on not only what race you play as, but also your player character's gender. The male elf one is so freaking funny because it's just like a little like pathetic shimmy. It's ridiculous. Anyway, here's a little dance for you. Lucky One would be friends to these ones. This one is overjoyed, but this one keeps ways of weaving a secret. Even if Lucky One learned the secret, Lucky One would not weave in the same way. And then you way the heck over here. Do you like my little springy dance? Lucky One is friends to these ones. Friendly, like gracious elder one of Forest City. Knows how to dance into these ones' hearts. All right, Ida, I've danced. Lona, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solus. The better news? Why, I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Onward to our next adventure. Yeah, leg cramps. Leg cramps, huh, Ida? Forest friend. Papalymo has a notion of how you might endear yourself to the sylphs of Little Solus. For Lona, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk, I'd wager. The tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero or a knight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. The sylphs who make their home in Little Solus do so having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they would have their fair share of troubles. Seek out troubled sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say? That said, the sylphs are known to share their worries with outsiders. Or are not known to share their worries with outsiders. You would be better off inquiring with Hera Media of the Gridanians who reside here. She is the most like to be privy to the sylphs' troubles. I believe this is also when side quests for all the sylphs show up. If you know, hadn't already done them. Praise be to the elementals. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart. The sylphs of Little Solus are sorely in need of aid. Pray, hear me out. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solus wants for amenities. Not least a stout set of defenses. Consequently, beasts from moms around are free to wander in and terrorize the hapless residents. The Zizgorlins and Galnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest. Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie bushes as well? They play an important role in sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details, and what with such feral beasts prowling the forest, they are not easy to come by. When you are done with the deed, seek out Kumuxio. He is slow to warm to outsiders, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this. Alright, we gotta kill things and forage for things. Classic MMO. There you go. Eritome, take care of that for me. Thank you. Oh my god, why are they all angry? Bud. I only need to kill one of you. Anyway, where's the gnat? Well, there's a brownie bush. There's another one over there. And then there's... Can I get through here? Yeah, I can. There's the last brownie bush. Yeah, there's a fate, whatever. Oh, is it not on off cooldown yet? Damn it. And there we go. The last gnat. Actually, let me get on to the chocobo. Oh yeah, so I have it currently turned off. But where is it? Is it in system? You can actually play music when you're mounted. And this is, you know, this game's chocobo theme. Every mount has a song you can play. If it's a chocobo of some kind, it's most likely going to be this. But, they don't always play the chocobo theme. Like, if I were to... Surely you have a different song, right? Yeah, like this is playing something else. I actually don't recognize this song at all. Hello? What is this song? I've never heard this song before in my life. The reason why I keep moving is because if I stand still, the music goes quiet. Weird. But anyway, because I am constantly on and off of my my mounts, I typically turn the music off so that I'm not just hearing, like, you know, the first 3 notes to the chocobo theme every 10 seconds. Dancing one is still here. Dancing one can dance all day. This one's trust is not so easily earned. What if I got you some mushrooms? Legend says that Eorzea was once inhabited by a race of tiny creatures called brownies, and that they would use the spores of this particular mushroom to paint their faces for battle. I don't know if that's a reference to anything, but here you go. Dancing one brings brownie bushes for this one. This one can dye thread once more. This one is pleased. Dancing one kills bitey buzzy one. This one hates bitey buzzy ones. Dancing one is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to this one's abode, but few are friendly like Dancing one. Perhaps this one was wrong not to trust Dancing one after all. Are you fucking kidding me? This place is raining now too? Someone save me from the poor weather of streaming luck. Presence of the enemy. Camuxio of Little Solace would entrust to you a task. This This one asks for dancing ones for forgiveness. This one has had many troubles since walking ones came to our abode. This one must be careful, always careful. But dancing one is not like other walking ones. This one can trust dancing one. This one would ask dancing one for help. Strange walking ones with the bodies of steel come to home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' homes is in danger. Danger! This one begs of dancing one to help this one no more. Dancing one is friends with these ones and walking ones, yes? Dancing one must speak to these ones here and walking ones in Hut House to find out more. Hey, Dis! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Let me copy that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, what were you making, Dis? What were you working on? Excuse me. This one has bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something, but this one should speak no more. Go, dancing one. This one depends on kindness of dancing one. I am losing my mind trying to voice all these sylphs. Had a makeup stash bust Sunday, wove in some leftover yarn scrap into your scrap wheel, then worked on your mom's birthday gift, so that's next month. Was not able to be alive at your normal time, so you're alive now. I see. Nice. Yeah, because I was going to say, I was just like, this is awfully early for you. For you to be done streaming. Strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one has seen. Steel walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasure. This one likes treasure. I don't think it's exactly treasure, but okay. Alright, and then you way the heck over here. Yeah, treasure. Shush! This one says, steel walking ones are scary, like touched ones. This one hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends. And then we have to go all the way back to the hut. Speak to some people over there. Climb up here. Yes, I can. Men clad in strange armor? Why not you mention it? I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers. Would it not be very clear that they're not adventurers? If these are the Garleans because they have a goddamn uniform. Going to Lurk, need help with dinner things if I'm not back before you're done. Thank you for being a great place to bring your chat. Yeah, no worries. Thank you again for the raid. They're always appreciated. Go get some good foods. Fearsome types clad in head to toe in steel, you say? Imperial soldiers, no doubt. Couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Well, it's probably Garleans, and nobody likes them. Alright, Kabuxio. I may or may not know what your problems are. This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn? This one sees. Steel walking ones come from the Empire, carry boxes, and go walking deep, deep through trees. As this one thought, steel walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows the forest well. Steel walking ones tried to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark right here. This one where steel ones hide. This one knows. Dancing One will go looking for steel ones. Yes? They're over here, huh? Oh, yep. Suspicious box surrounded in the field of enemies. Put your fucking thing away. And goodbye to you as well. Oh, you. Go away. Can I bring my umbrella back out? I think I accidentally changed my pose. I don't want to do that. That pose, I think? Yeah, that's our pose, I think. Hey, I killed some Garleans for you. Dancing One is back. This one breathed sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing One found something. Quartermaster's log. A list of supplies and material to be delivered to a certain Imperial stronghold. Dancing One found paper inside a box. Oh, goodbye, Eritome. I guess your half hour ran out. This is a message from Empire. This one can read Walking One's symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes. This one knows. But this one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned come from home of these ones. How do steel ones know how to find them? Is there sneaking one hiding in this one's wings? Snooping ones selling secrets to steel walking ones? This one fears for this one's home, but Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One must promise to always be friends to these ones. I will do my best to help. And you guys aren't saying a whole lot. Cool, thanks. I guess I'll do it all myself. Brotherly love. Kumuxio is pinning for a wayward friend. Pining? Pinning? Pining? I think it's pining. Helpful One arrives at good time. This one needs Helpful One's help. One of these ones named Claxio has ventured outside Little Solus alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful One must find Claxio. Claxio struck west after leaving the settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastie one. Claxio, what you doing, bud? What? Walking One wants this one to return to Little Solus? Don't make this one laugh. This one is wary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything, no better than those that have summoned a Primal One. Most small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought this a likely place to build a home, but then Meddling One arrives, forces this one to go deeper into forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one. Away with Meddling One! Well, that didn't go well. Hey, Claxio doesn't seem to be happy with y'all. What? Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper into the forest? But this one saw touched ones lurking in forest. Helpful One must hurry. Hurry and find Claxio. Helpful One should search for spools of thread on forest floor. Those things will help lead Helpful One to Claxio, but hurry. Hurry before touched ones take Claxio away.
Back and forth, back and forth. Oh yeah, and there are actual, like, little spools. That's kind of funny. Yeah, there's like another one. I can also just, you know, follow the map with the big orange glowy.
Meddling One is back. This one told Meddling One to be gone. Tell Kamuxio that this one will never go back. Never.
Never say never.
Touched ones? Touched one should go away too. This one is good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone.
Be on guard, Frenlona. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Ramu. Akin to the Amalja tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity. Have them no answer to words, only steel. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done. Alright. Plexio, these ones are your friends. Come with these ones. Serve Primal One together. No, this one is good one. I will never go with bad ones. Meddling One is not smart to anger this one. This one has many friends in the forest. I'm mortal, and things are going so well. Hurry up, Papa Limo. I can't bear this stench any longer. I'm doing the best I can. If we can dispatch the sylphs, then surely... No, that Stinky One. Stinky One is scary. Stinky One stinks something. There's not right. Something's not right about this Morble. Ignore it and take on the sylphs. Okay, I kind of killed it super fast. This one is safe? This one was so scared. Clexio, this one has been worried. So very worried. Is Clexio unharmed? Still in possession of wits? Clexio and Meddling One as well. Why are these two here? These two came to rescue Clexio. That Clexio is safe fills this one with joy. Clexio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solus. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solus were changing, becoming friendly with other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like Touch Ones did, but this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solus with Kamuxio and friendly ones. Well, that should see to that. What say we return to Little Solus as well? I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath. I think I'm losing brain cells voicing these sylphs. Someone please send help. So many this ones and these ones and walking ones and help. They are exhausting, they sure are. All right, Kamuxio. This one thought Clexio was lost forever. Helpful One saved Clexio. Now these ones can be family again. This one has known many walking ones, even many kind walking ones. But Helpful One is kindest and strongest of all. Helpful One is hero to these ones. Helpful One will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. This one knows. This one would take Helpful Ones to see Elder One. but Elder One is... What happened to Elder One? What happened to your leader? Okay, you guys are saying the same things. Spirited Away. I love that movie. That's a good one. Kamuxia would make a confession to you. This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness. This one can made promise to take Kind One to see Elder One, yes? But this one cannot. This one cannot because Elder One is not here. Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into the forest yesterday but has not come back. This one is worried. Elder One often goes into forest but never, ever for this long. Kind One will help find Elder One, yes? Near where Elder One disappeared is home of a walking one named Buskaron. Buskaron may know what happened to Elder One. This one would talk to Buskaron, but walking ones do not always trust these ones. Would Kind One talk to Buskaron for this one? And Kind One comes from Gridania, yes? In Gridania live many Kind Ones, yes? This one begs of Kind One, please go to Gridania and ask fellow Kind Ones for help. And please hurry, these ones are not safe until Elder One returns. I'm losing my mind. Someone please send help. Info about your self problem, kind of. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylph tribes? Their elder's gone missing, you say? Why, if he were to end up in the hands of the Tempered Ones, we'd have a crisis on our hands. You can assure the Sylphs that my sharpest-eyed serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I would ask that you call upon, Gyamoko at Bent Branch Meadows and deliver the message that the Wood Whalers are needed in the search effort. All right, to Bent Branch Meadows, or Bent Branch Meadows. I think that's the one. Send me to Central Shroud. I do like the Gridania music. It's very pretty. But yeah, I couldn't remember if we've actually been here or not. If we have not, make sure you attune to this Aetheryte. And again, I believe the side quest that unlocks being able to use Gissel Greens to summon your Chocobo is somewhere along here. Like, in this little farm. I just don't remember where. A message from Commander Hulua, you say? The Sylph Elder has vanished? Worry not, friend. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. And now we get to go to South Shroud, which I believe is a entirely new place. For certain this time. Where we go down this path? Yeah. Nope, nope, no flying, no flying. You're not supposed to be able to fly yet. Alright, welcome to the South Shroud.
Technically, we have already been here with the Hildebrand stuff, but shh. This place is new. Let's just pretend. Muskrand is a good friend of ours, and there's no place like his for the latest gossip in the South Shroud. The Sylphs are known to avoid the South Shroud. What could have compelled the Elder Sylph, the Sylph Elder, to come here? But the question of motive must wait. Finding him is our foremost priority. With things relatively calm over in Little Solus, we can focus our search effort on this area. Talk to me, Buskaron. Well, man, adventurer, we have the finest grog and grub this side of the... Not here to fill your belly, then. A hunger for news, is it? There's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it was the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike. Showed I painted one red and the other one blue. Most folk would struggle to tell the two of them apart. If you have the time, maybe you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know. You might even come across the sylph elder yourself. Fine. Drother's house rules. Buskaron could use an adventurer to douse a fight brewing at his establishment. No word on the Sylph Elder yet, but it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favor for old Buskaron in return? Right then, let's put you to work. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to cool him off for me. No need to go cracking skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. Tends to do the trick. My patrons can swill grog all night and carouse loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down. What's going on here? What are you staring at? You want to keep them eyes in your face? God, no ficus taints! That's cold! What do you mean, no fighting? This Duskwight scum was... Yeah, I know the rules. The bastard gets to keep his skin. For now. Fight solved. Nicely done, Frelona. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that ice outburst is a Duskwight Aluzin. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the Duskwights can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. And it don't seem right for a bar to bar a whole race of people from the Druthers for the misdeeds of a few. Again, see, like, the outright mention of, like, oh yeah, no, not all the Duskwights are bad. They're just, you know... They just, like, you know, don't live like the rest of us. But, you know, they're not evil. And yet, almost every single Duskwight we will ever see is a fucking villain of some sort. And it's like, you can't have this both ways, man. You can't do this. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? Never forget, the eponymous proprietor of Duskaron's Druthers has need of an able adventurer. Hey, I appreciate all the good that you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favor of my own to ask you. There's a Kikern friend of mine, you see, name of Tetaroon, a good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him in the Shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc, so I took him in and nursed him back to health the best I could. He worked here in my Druthers for a spell after that. Got to talking about striking out on his own, and he did. And not long after cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lenosha. Well, it just so happens I've got I got to cleaning up around here and came across something of his. This scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have forgotten it where he left it, when he left. So I'd like to see that it gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but might be a friend of mine can. A Rogan fellow by name of Bainsing.
You can find him on the Hawker's Alley in Limsa Lominsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of the merchants there. All right, fine. I don't see how this connects to me finding the Sylph Elder, but sure. Again, I don't know why, but everyone just hangs out in Limsa Lominsa for some reason. If anyway to the Hawker's Alley, friend. A Keeker will work with the Truthers. You speak a Titaroon. Related to the Kyokyorun bloke just over there by some blood or another. The two of them put in together and were making good coin. But old Titaroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. You're better off asking Kyokyorun himself. He'd be of a tight lip though, I warn you. Best to take this chicken egg with you. Little bastard loves the bloody things. Good to hear about old Busk though. Sounds as though he hadn't changed a bit. Just like an innocent adventurer along. Too shy to come of his own self. Gods, I miss drinking with that fool. Kyokyorun. Customer, be welcome. Not customer? Come with custom? Kyokyorun busy with business. Too busy for blather. Fresh chicken egg. If one were so inclined, the freshness of this egg could be checked by placing it in a container of water. Were it to lay on its side, it is most certainly fresh. Should the egg float, however, it may be possessed of a voidson and should be smashed with extreme prejudice. This is why I keep reading the item descriptions for main story things. Because sometimes you get wild shit like this for no goddamn reason. Because it's clearly just like the writers having fun being like, it's a fucking egg, what do you expect? Chicken egg! Kyokyorun loves chicken egg! Love chicken egg more than love customer! Looking for Titaroon? Titaroon here no more. Titaroon leave Limsa. Titaroon go for sparkles. Now working at trading post. Good trading post. Forget where trading post is. Weinberg no Titaroon. Weinberg no trading post. Weinberg at ferry docks. You go to ferry docks. Kyokyorun forget things. Weinberg remembers things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kyokyorun. Fine. I'm like, how do I even get over there? I guess I'll just teleport to the fishing guild. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. Exactly. Titaroon? I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was heading somewhere up north, by way of ferry to Aleport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start asking, Outfoot. He's an old hand but knows a great deal about a great many things. Send me to Aleport, please. Titaroon? I saw him. That is to say, I've seen him. God, why are you also doing the same thing? He took himself north through Skull Valley and into Oakwood. Was looking for a place run by his fellow Keekern. I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of Bronze Lake. Maroon's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it. And off we go. This way, yep. No flying. Flying's not allowed. You're not supposed to be flying yet, Air to tell him stop it. Put your feet on the ground. Oh yeah, welcome to Upper Lenosha? Yeah, Upper Lenosha. This area is really weird because there's this part over here, but then there's also this part way over here. And you can take a ferry over here to, like, cross between them easy, but it's kind of weird that this place is split like this. Customer, be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Bring something for Teteroon. Scarlet earring, a weathered brass earring fitted with a polished scarlet stone. A favorite of the forgetful Kikern Teteroon. Teteroon, forget this! Forget that Druther's Teteroon swore would never forget earring. But never forgot. Teteroon, think! Teteroon, think! Good Buscaroon doing good? Good Buscaroon good to Teteroon. Teteroon miss good Buscaroon. Also, I like how instead of saying Buscaron, he was saying Buscaroon, like the Kikern names. Because all the Kikern names end with, like, rune. Syllable, repeat syllable, rune. That's all of these Kikern names. Microbrewing. Teteroon has places for you to go and thingies for you to get. Yo, I love grabbing thingies. Good Buscaroon, help Teteroon. Teteroon dead without good Buscaroon. Must give thankies. Many thankies. Teteroon make Kikern firewater for Buscaroon. Buscaroon loves firewater. You help Teteroon make firewater? Need thingies to make. Need many thingies. Need Kuropup whiskers. Need 3 good Kuropup whiskers. Why do you need whiskers for what I'm assuming is a drink? This is such a big fate. Leave me alone. Oh no, we go down. All right, Curl Pup, let's go. Thank you for your kindly donation. Because I apparently need... Why is this? Leave me alone. Help! There you go. Why do you need cat whiskers for your liquor? That seems like a weird ingredient. Teteroon make firewater for Buscaroon. You bring thingies Teteroon need? It takes almost a full year for a curl to grow its first whiskers. It took less than a minute to remove it. You brought all the thingies. Teteroon make firewater now. Make good firewater for good Buscaroon. I mean, I guess this is actually curl whiskers. And if curl whiskers are their weird, like, mustache things, then there's actually a good, decent amount of meat to it. Which is still weird, but maybe there's also, you know, like, blood or fluids or something. I don't fucking know. He just wants to tape the whiskers to the bottle. Teteroon start making firewater now. Good firewater take time. More good. You come back later. Hey, has it been long enough? Like fine wine, Teteroon appears to have finished his gift for Buscaroon. Teteroon make firewater. Good firewater. You take the Buscaroon. Good firewater for good Buscaroon. Tell Buscaroon to no drink now. Tell put away 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Teteroon hopes Buscaroon happy. Teteroon gives Buscaroon thankies. Many thankies. You tell Buscaroon. Teteroon will make big shop someday. Biggest shop in Eorzea. Make many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon. Are we eating mustaches? Yeah, we're turning mustaches into liquor. Don't ask about it. Oh yeah, hey Boops. Welcome back. What cookies did you make? got a gift for you, bud. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Citadern's belongings to him. What's this, for me? Keycurn Firewater, a foul brew that is made by tossing various items found in the wild, both live and dead, into a barrel of water and setting the concoction ferment, and letting the concoction ferment for a se'night under the warm sun. Sounds gross. Here you go. Keycurn Firewater! So he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why that old hate? Aw, bloody hells, who's cutting onions back here? He says to shelve it for a year, does he? That sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and a body like any other drink I know. It's gonna be a long year. What say you come back then, friend? We'll see if we can't make it through this bottle together. I would love to, but we're stuck in a time bubble and time is not allowed to progress. Because according to the developers, everything in this game takes place in the course of a year, and I call bullshit. There's no fucking way. Mostly just helping with egg thingies since Ryan can't handle them a bunch, but he made shortbread cookies. Oh, nice. Chocolate chip shortbread, and there's copycat Biscoff cookies baking now that smell divine. Hell yeah. Silfish concerns. If Buscadon had his Druthers, he'd have an adventurer with whom to talk, to share talk of sylphs. There was word while you were away. The sylphs were seen in the wood, but we have no lands of their own. No, this is a place near to here. A place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like, the missing sylph elders among them. Here, I've marked the tract where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there's anything to be seen. Am I going to be able to get to the dungeon today? I don't know. There's a dungeon coming up, and I don't know if I should do it like today or tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Wednesday, depending on the time. Sense a hostile presence. Where? Whoops. Garleans! Be gone. I am surprised I made that jump. I'm surprised that ledge was big enough for me to be standing on it. Alright, nothing here. Look at all the newbie adventurers. I love seeing sprouts. It's so cute. Nothing over here either. Right, over here. Still nothing. And where the heck is this one? Where the heck is this one? There it is. Uh-oh. More Garleans. Be gone. So was out there to be found in the Wildwood? When did you come to? Garleans in this part of the Twelveswood? First sylphs and now Garleans, and all in the same place. Cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the sylphs? Tracking them or giving chase, mayhap? But no, not this far in the forests. The Wheeler spires are everywhere. The Imperials could never have stolen past them all. So how in the bloody hells could they... Unless... Unless someone guided them through, someone who knew where the spires stand and where the whalers watch. A Gridanian traitor. Nouveau riche. Buscaron has more work for a willing adventurer. We got a traitor? I'm glad you come, friend. There's something I want to ask you about. You know how I said that we might have a traitor in our midst? Someone who was aiding the Garleans? Well, I'm thinking I may have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another. But of late, he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it. But this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Garleans in the forest. And I couldn't help putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us is safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Ferlona, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it. And him, if it comes to that. Laurentius? How dare you? Betraying your people for coin? How dare? I hope it was worth it, because you're going to jail or worse, bud. Can you not see I'm on patrol? Be gone. If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. You can't escape from me, bud! Get on the bridge. Hey, what you doing with these crates? Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. Just with little wonder the Empire has risen to no such heights. If only the whalers paid their men their worth. You! What did you... How long did you... Help! 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 Please come quick, my friends! 'Tis I, Laurentius! I'm under attack! Oh, you poor fool. Good job, bud. How did you just... I know nothing. I was on patrol and he just it appeared. I thought you were working for the Garleans. Why are we just letting this man run? Get your ass back here, bud. There you are. Think you can hide from me? You think you can hide from me by doing a instanced battle? How dare you? How dare you make me not level 100 anymore? How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it that you imagined I've done? Enough! Enough, I say! You're working with the Garleans and selling your people out for coin. It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I. I meant no harm. I only wanted the coin. The whalers are good, strong, and I was proud to join their ranks. Am proud, but they don't provide. They preach justice, honor, duty, but in the end, it is those with money who can do as they will, who live as they will. So I sought an opportunity to change my fortunes and took it. All I've done for money, endangered myself, my home, everything and everyone I love. Why, my actions have put your life in danger too. Though you do not yet realize how much. Bloody idiot, did you imagine you had me cornered? It is not I who is cornered. Garleans, I brought the Rogan in, bitch! Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of gil to fund such an endeavor. Such is the cost of fighting great power, or of making it, or of remaking it, as we will Gridania. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did you? You there, Rogadin.
You stand here at old Busk's wish, no? Then you don't stand alone. Hello, thank you, random people, for help. I appreciate it. You mean to stand against the might of the Empire with this red-belly rabble at your side? Ha! Your eyes betray your words, cowards. You know full well the Railers feel the red bellies. Legless Laurentius. Good name, you loser. After these trees drink your blood, I will see to it that they are cut down and burned. Show them what happens to those who oppose the Empire. Right, attack that one, please, and thank you. Oh, that one's actually got some health. Get out of here, bud. If this is a fight Buskgarden wants won, then the Curl Claws will fight it. How? Why? You scum have no allegiances! So yeah, all the like different poachers of the area are coming to help simply because they like the tavern owner, and this tavern owner wants this guy captured. We just go nuts. Can you stop curing yourself, bud? Stop healing. I don't appreciate it. And there we go. How's it come to this? Impossible. How did you best the Empire's finest? And with bandits and poachers at your side. They are your sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? Yeah, but I know the answer only too well. Buskgarden. This was his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act. Better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? I am sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I'll go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. There is something I'd like you to tell Buskgarden. Tell him Laurentius the Fool says thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes. Hooray! Well, that's dealt with. No more traitors in the Shroud. At least that we actively know of. And the other traitors are doing a much better job of it. Alright, Laurentius confessed to his crimes. I just had word from the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe he couldn't make a difference, and that it was hopeless. There were a few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought that if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Well, the thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow he'd failed to grasp one simple truth, that these things are not, that those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. Eh? He asked you to thank me, did he? Well, then there's good in yet. I just hope them at the Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd be able to afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave fates to the 12. I have other news for you, Forlona. The Sylph Elder has been found. Has he now?
But do I call it here, though? Because I don't know how long the dungeon is going to take. Especially if I run it with a bunch of NPCs that don't know how to AoE and will only single target enemies. You know what? I may call it here. Also just to, like, give my voice a break. Because I have been doing a lot of reading. Oh, animal skin and animal hide, I see. Okay, I don't need either of these. Can I sell? Thank you. Yeah, so much reading. But yeah. That's not the way I wanted you to sit on that, but okay. Yeah, that will be the stream. Let's just say goodbye. Say goodbye for Lona. There we go. Yeah. Let's see if there's anyone to raid, shall we? But yeah, Reborn also has the least amount of voice acting. Once we start getting to other expansions, there will be more of it, but for as long as we are in here, it's going to be primarily me. And my inability to do accents. I'm trying though, I am having fun. So I'm not gonna stop. Who should I send y'all over to? You know what? I'll send y'all over to more in Stars in Time. Do that. And yeah. Thank you all so very much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. I had to remember what day of the week it was. For more of this, where we will go save the Gridanian Elder. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, and also thank you for all the raids. They are very appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Bye-bye.